So Emilio is wonderful. I had a conversation with him that went on for about 3 hours on economics and
Mhm.
society, and it felt like no time passed at all. Emilio always brings tremendous angles and perspectives to the conversations. It's always thrilling when he shows up at the net. And I love all of the ways you bring things together. The example I always remember where the people, the society saw themselves as trees, and
Mm.
how that breaks down the subject object divide, and how that always adds to the conversation in a manner that helps it advance. Because it's one thing to add to a conversation, another thing to add to a conversation to help
Mm.
it advance, right? And by advance, I don't mean to make it sound utilitarian or a sense, but there's something about
Mm.
advancement that feels like people are coming together towards something, right? There's advancement in a relationship, there's advancement toward ideas, and all these things work in concert toward one another's. I like to think when I use the term there, think about the love that moves the sun and other stars at the end of Dante, where in that orbit
Mm.
there's a movement, but it's in honor of something bigger than oneself. And when one talks with you, Emilio, there's always that sense of the bigger picture that the conversation is trying to honor. So I always appreciate that about you. And Emilio, I hope you've been well. What have you been thinking about? Where has your mind been going? And how have you been doing in general as well, sir?
Thank you. Before I answer, I just want to say that thank you for the kind words. And I have told you that for me it's like really wonderful when we're internet because there are all of us, right, with all these different ideas and these different ways of explaining and phrasing and stuff. And then after some people have talked, like you say, look, so basically, and you make like a little like a recap, and you explain the very like very well. So that's like it's beautiful. It's such a rare ability. So it's I'm really glad. So yeah.
Well, that's kind of you, Emilio. I appreciate that. And I'm also, you mentioned the different language. I'm increasingly convinced in these online conversations. I almost want to call it like street skill or street smart, is the ability to navigate different languages. I think a lot
Mm.
of academia, now I'm generalizing, I'm not saying all academia. I think one of the pitfalls that philosophical conversations can fall into is getting caught up in language, getting caught up in terminology, and
Mm.
not being able to move in and out of. I almost want to call it the meta language skill. I'm not sure what to call it, like the ability to move between languages and see the different differences and yet similarities. Now, there's a danger in being too eager to see similarities because then you
Mhm.
ignore real difference. But then there's also a danger in being so adamant about difference that it creates conflict, right? So there's like this, but I'm increasing like I was listening. I came up with the net yesterday on Vervaeke's Neoplatonism, and where he's talking about like vertical causation with Wolfgang Smith and the forms and different things. And what's so interesting to me is the way where he's taken Plotinus with Neoplatonism, kind of removed the two world, the kind of transcendent one, and he's brought forms down to the level of the concrete, where notion and, to use Hegelian terms, notion and natures are
Mhm.
two sides of the same coin. And to me, at the end of the day, that sounds so much like Hegel's science of logic, right? And the way that Hegel actually sublates Plato into making the forms concrete. Like nature entails within itself a formulating principle that is isomorphic to the movements of logic. And to me,
Mm.
it's so interesting because right there, like there's two ways to respond to those potential overlaps. You go, no, Neoplatonism is better. No, Hegelianism is better, blah, 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 blah. And I think what you're seeing is like the ability to move between the languages. It's like translating the languages.
Mhm.
I guess the way I've been thinking about it too is, Chinese, there's Mandarin in China, there's Mexico Spanish, there's, American English. And we understand that different cultures have different
Mm.
languages and they
Yes.
have to translate to communicate. It's almost like what we're seeing is our intellectual cultures. And each
Mhm.
intellectual culture has its own language. And
Yes.
we have to learn the translation ability. But of course, there are terms that, like, a big problem we have translating Hegel is like what he means by science is a word that starts with a W I can't even say, that means rigorous study. But there's really
Yeah.
no English equivalent to that.
Mm.
So then you translate it as science, which makes it sound like he's talking about empiricism, when really science is a rigorous study, right? So there are certain terms that do not have equivalences in other languages. And I think that will come out. And that's where you have to say stick to Plotinus or stick to Hume or stick to Hegel. But
Mm.
the other 95% of the terms you can translate, right? And it would
Yes.
seem like that skill is really important, and something that I hope comes out of is like almost like the net can be training in that, almost like the net almost brings a kind of training ground to
Mm.
see the different languages and the different terminology. So what you said made me think of that.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, and I have a similar view because I remember I was in high school when a friend told us about a word called saudade. That's like it's a Portuguese word, and it's kind of like if I say anything wrong, like internet, please forgive me, but like saudade means that that you're nostalgic for something that never was, you know? So
Oh,
you're,
yeah.
yeah. So it's so and for me, I think that's the first conscious part that I was like, oh, that's like a word, a concept, a feeling. Like this bunch of things cannot be translated into Spanish into English, and it's like, okay, so this is like a specific word concept, right? That it exists, and you start to think like the limits of language and how and you're so true, and how it relates to one another, because another thing is that, as you said, like you have to translate, and I think it's like for me, I always think in terms of a reference point, let's say, because if we are having a talk and we want to go to a restaurant, then if someone says like where are we going to eat food, and says where we are going to eat, when where are we going to go to eat, at which restaurant are we going to go eat, and if someone says like where are we going to sit down later, you all understand that like sitting down, where are we going to eat food, restaurant, they all refer to like the same thing, right? Because you have the reference point, that the context of what you're trying to achieve. And sometimes I think in when talking with people, like you don't really have a reference point or a set point. So when they say something, you may on that the same word may mean something else, right? So it's almost as if the language fails us in that way, because it should be like this shared experience, and it doesn't. And just yesterday, I went to dinner with some friends, and they told me we're going to eat garnachas. That's like in Veracruz, where my dad is from. Like the garnachas are these like little tortilla thing with a little like meat on top, like greasy and stuff, and delicious and lovely. So I was really excited, right? I'm going to eat garnachas. I didn't know they had them here in Mexico City. So I go and I realized that they don't have garnachas. They have like other stuff, right? They have like other things, but what they call garnachas is like the general combination of types of food, right? So like the same word used for like a different thing. Like also like pambazos here, it means it's a different food that in Veracruz. So even something as simple and tangible as imagine if a word can fail us in something as tangible like as a food, right? And we can say, oh, you meant that. Oh, I mean this, and there can be like a resolution of conflict. But what happens when that is not when that is not the case? When you have a concept and I say I love you, and the other person says I love you, and that word, that love, is not the same. Like that word, it doesn't mean the same, right? But there's no way to tangibly find out. It's not food. You cannot see it. You cannot touch it. You can eventually like interact with that person, and maybe you will realize that you didn't mean the same thing, even you spoke the same word. So the way to conceptualize and bring back and understand this, it's yeah, it's a really useful ability. It's almost like a superpower. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting to me because I guess I've been thinking more and more about this. Because I was calling it like a street smart. Maybe it's a, common sense. Maybe there's some kind of internet sense. There's some sort of new, like the way, what you just described about almost like not having a reference point when you receive a term and letting the term, like not assuming what the term means until the person who's talking kind of defines it within their network. And then you say, oh, that's what they mean by transjectivity. Oh, that's what they mean by form. Like increasingly in these internet conversations, it seems like that ability to not define the term except with the context live as it's provided in the conversation is a new kind of internet sense or street sense. I'm not sure, like even here, I'm looking for a term to describe it because I guess people, what they call it, street smarts, right? Like you have street smarts or common sense. Yeah. Like no one needs to explain to you how to do something, just a skill that you know you need to kind of get by. You have, there's another term for this where you just have kind of a skill. But it's like the internet seems to be increasingly demanding new kinds of like skills like this, right?
Yeah.
Now, the closest thing the reason why this skill seems to need to exist is precisely because the radical encounter and interaction of diversity, right? And difference. Like you have like people who have devoted their life to Neoplatonism, talking with people that devoted their life to Christianity, who devoted their life to Islam, and so on and so forth. The closest thing I can think of is something like a Silk Road, right? Like if you go back in history and you had different cultures trading, economic trade routes, and so on and so forth. And there's no doubt that Silk Roads and so on were massive birthplaces of culture, right? Yeah. Why were they able to communicate, though? I always wonder about this. Did every single one of them have a translator? Like, did every single person on the Silk Road know enough of the other language? They probably knew a very basic level of the other cultures, but the key is they probably didn't need to talk so much because they could just show the salt, show the money, trade, right? They had a concrete reality that could kind of fill in the gaps lacking the language. But here's the problem. On the internet, you're dealing with ideas. So you don't have the concrete reality is not so given to fill in the gaps of the differences in language, right? And so you have to develop a new meta skill where you actually know that the term itself doesn't necessarily mean what it is. So you're open to it and you're looking for a way to communicate around the lack of shared intelligibility, which means you have to learn the context live of how the person is talking, and then almost retrospectively go, like they use the term transjectivity, which is a Vervaeke term, and then he explains the context, and then it works backwards in time. It's like, oh, that's what he meant by transvectory. And then you carry that context with you, and you have to suspend any of your language of which you say, well, I already have a term for that. You know, I call that like conditionalism or something, because or I'll talk about intersuppositional. Like if I'm listening to that and I'm forceful about using my language, the conversation's dead, right? Yeah. Like you have to like willingly say, okay, in this conversation, we're using the term transjectivity, which means something, I don't think it's completely the same, but it's similar enough as intersuppositional, as Whitehead's real relations, and so on. And this ability, like if you can't do that, it seems really dire. And actually that ability seems what is also required for deep diversity to interact. You know, there's always been this problem in pluralism in government and nation. Like, how do you get true difference to make a nation, like true diversity, like interact? How do you make them? Because you can't have a nation or a culture if people are too different, right? Because then they can't relate. But then if they're all the same, that's called totalitarianism. So, how do you find the difference? How do you find the blend between diversity and unity, right? Well, in most of history, you could do a lot of that with economics because you had the common language of the economics. And, one of the things we always should respect, obviously I do a lot in the continental tradition, but the analytical tradition with your Bertrand Russells, your Whiteheads, all of those, Frege and different people, they really understood the problem of language. That's why they were looking for symbolic logic, mathematical logic, because they understood this problem. Now, ultimately, the project failed, but if it failed, just because it failed doesn't mean the problem went away, right? Yeah. The problem is still there. So if you can't systematically solve the language problem, you have to develop skills to solve it. Well, one of the skills that worked for most of history was basically economics, because you could have the common language of the price mechanism, right? Well, when you're online, you don't have economics. You just have exchange. So then the skill becomes beholden on each individual to have the street smarts to do the live translation. And it seems to be this ability to kind of go with the flow of the language, not have a set reference point. It's like Michelle talks about with the bird, the reference we make all the time. There's holding a bird by the legs like this. Then there's dropping it where you don't have anything. Like it's the skill of holding language like this. Where when it's in your hand, it's kind of quote unquote objective. The term means that, but then you go, nope, now we have a new term. Nope, we have a new term. And again, it's like different cultures, because for most of history, like experts in Neoplatonists are not really going to be interacting that much with experts in Whitehead or experts in Christianity. But now that they are, it creates these certain these situations that require these skills. And then perhaps the way you get unity and the diversity is precisely by looking for the overlap. You say, oh, Vervaeke, what you're talking about with forms actually is quite similar to the notion of how nature and notion are bound up. Like Holgate will talk about in Hegel, how nature follows the development of logic in its own natureness. Like, so for example, this is the crazy idea. and this gets into Levin's work now on xenobots, right? Like what Holgate says in Hegel's philosophy of nature is that chemicals follow a development that is logical.
Yeah.
There is a logical development of chemicals, right? Well, that means in nature is notion. Logic is part of nature, that you can't separate idea and nature. They're two sides of the same coin, right? So you can't separate them. And what is Levin's experiments now with the xenobot? He's like, dude, you separate this cell out from the context, it like basically seems to have, it's following some kind of Platonic form. He calls them free lunches, where the logic of how the cells should develop just comes out of nowhere, right? And that's where Wolfgang talks about vertical causation. Vervaeke's talking about forms. And Hegel will be like, yeah, nature and notion. You know, they're always together. Nature follows the development of notion, and the logic of notion is nature. Well, those overlaps are what make the possibility of unity and diversity, right? In the same way we were talking about economics creates unity and diversity because you have enough common overlap of language and math and prices and problems you need to solve with economics to have common communication. So finding these overlaps seems necessary for addressing this meta language problem, if you grant me that language. But then at the same time, you have to say, you can't do the move where you say, oh, Hegel is Plotinus or Plotinus is Hegel, because that's totalitarian. We said that earlier. If they're all the same, then there's no diversity. So that means you have to be able to do this weird thing where you see similarity, but also honor difference. You don't blur away difference, which is existentially challenging. And that itself seems to be a kind of street smart skill, an internet smart skill, an internet sense skill, common sense skill, whatever this is. I might just keep saying street skill. I'm not sure. Like that's like one of these new street skills of the internet, the ability to find similarity, maintain difference, and handle the existential tension. All of which arguably is training and habit, all of which is training to have the habits to handle relationships in general, right? Because these dynamics actually are what come out to some degree between any two people, just perhaps not as intensely. And precisely because they may not come out as intensely, you don't think you need to develop the skill, where funny enough, the internet forces you to realize you need to develop the skill that you always needed for all relationships, actually. And so those kind of new skills are interesting to me.
Yeah, I agree. Because like if people misunderstand each other when they're talking, when you have like facial expressions and body movements and tone, like when you write, it's really hard to come with tone across, right? You could say like good morning and the other people like, oh, he's mad, he's being sarcastic, right? So like it's like when how you interact with the internet is like generally text based, right? So it's like really hard. And then I think like what you said like made me think of you also have, it's almost as if you're making improv in the sense that, because I've heard that improv, you never say no. It's always yes and yes and yes and. So it's almost, so if the person's like, oh, we're in a house burning fire, yes, and we have to escape, and there's like, we have to escape, but we have to get the book first, or so it keeps coming along. And it's almost when people are talking, they say like, they bring you this concept, right? This concept, and they tell you garnacha, right, or something, and then you're like, okay, and you have to run with that, with the concept, use the word they proposed for the concept they are trying to interact with. It's almost like improv. You won't say like, no, that's a whole different thing. You will have my word for that concept. And it's almost like this street smart ability to almost make improv is like, okay, I understood what you said. I don't use that word, but I understood what you said. Let's build from that, right? And maybe in the future I can introduce my word for the concept, and we can riff on the slight and nuanced differences between the concepts that the words refer to. But it's always like just and to make like an improv. And I think that's I have never thought about it that way, but I always think. And doing it that way doesn't antagonize the person, because he feels understood. Because when someone has like a different, in my case, when someone has like a different opinion or view about something, like when I talk with them, I ask like why and how, because like I never say like, oh, you're wrong, because I think like I like truly want to understand how they look at something, right? So they say, oh, I'm going to do this, and maybe like the word they use or the concept is not the one that you will use, but you run with it, and you say, okay, you say that this word means this idea, this concept, okay, but you said that this idea also means this concept. You see that they can kind of don't fit together or are like contradictory. Like what do you think about that? How do they relate? And by giving the opening to use the terminology of the other person, normally they feel seen, they feel accepted, and like an actual conversation can happen. So you don't antagonize them, and I think that's a really beautiful, because like it's really cool when someone has like a completely different opinion than you, and you can like with genuine curiosity go and ask like, oh, like what is that, and try to understand, and not even try to convince, right? You're simply understanding their point of view, and in understanding their point of view, funny enough, they might be more open to a suggestion or like an explanation or like or just like learning about a new idea, right? So it's um I think like this as you said, like this street smart thinking or like improv is really useful in, of course, like this improv, of course, in life in general. The internet like exalts this, and also I think well, that's another like really weird thought that I had, because like language is like a tool, right? Like is this one of the most amazing tools that we've ever developed, but it has like shortcomings, as any tool does. Like you cannot use a hammer for everything, you cannot use a screwdriver, etc. So language is this beautiful tool that we have developed and polished and exalted and made more and more useful and grand. But I always think that there has to be a way in which we communicate that is not language. And of course we do to a certain extent. Like if you see someone, there's like there are looks that convey more than words could say, right? So like yeah, it's just like you can, and we do communicate by other ways that are not language, of course, like body language and just like certain looks, and like, and of course that's the case. But like our use of this is almost always accompanied by language. It's almost as if it's just like to highlight or to remark a specific point or something. But I think that I don't know how it would look like, because it would be funny to build this other new tool that it's not language. You would have to use language, right? So it's almost, if the idea of language itself would lend itself to build a new tool. And I think this idea came up to me because like language has all these limitations. It's beautiful and it has all these limitations, all these misunderstandings, all these things that there are things that you cannot say with words, right? And maybe you can place like in a picture, in an art form, and that's why we also use art to communicate when words fail. And I think one of uh, the beautiful things about language is that there's always this beautiful saying that's like an image is worth more than 1,000 words. And that's true, because you need 1,000 words to describe a specific image. However, if I tell you the word tree, I have just conjured in your mind thousands of different images. So within a word lives thousands of images, and within a specific image, there's lives thousands of words to describe it. So that's where you see that the language has like its own limitations, and there are other different forms that do a better job at certain things. And I always come back to like this book, Ender's Game, and it's going to be a slight spoiler, but not there's basically there's aliens, right? And when the main protagonist Ender is speaking with the last dying member of like a alien species. They are kind of like insect type stuff, and they invaded the Earth a long time ago, and we fought them off and we won, and we eliminated a whole species. J for us, right? So it was like okay, but in that moment they said like we came to your world thinking that you were like not primitive, but that you didn't really understand life, because you cannot dream the dreams of the other, right? Like you cannot dream as we have, because in their species, when they dream, they can dream the dream of another. And for me, it was such a profound revelation, because if you can dream the dream of another, it's basically being able to experience their phenom like their experience, their phenomenon. That word won't come out.
Phenomenological. Yeah, go with
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yeah. So and it makes so they say like we didn't know because like for them like that we use language like you couldn't dream the dream of the other, and for me it always that phrase that scene it always stuck into my mind because it was just like it makes so much sense that you could communicate so much if we had an ability similar to that, right? Because we are not an alien species and we cannot do that thing, but if we had something similar to that it would be I think it would change everything, the way we interact with everyone and therefore the world. So I think I always think of how would a tool that it's not language, that gets used as much as language could help the interactions with people. And I think that's all like I don't know that for me it could be like a really interesting thing to explore. Like it's weird to imagine how it would look like, but I think it would be interesting nonetheless.
Well, that was magnificent. So a bunch of things. First, now I'm thinking I want to call it net smarts, not street smarts. Like it's net smarts. Now, of course, we do the net, but it's like it's net smarts because it's these smarts you need on the internet. But it's also the smarts that you need to be a safety net for other people, to like catch them and like make them feel safe, make them feel seen, right? I think the example of improv that you brought up is absolutely critical because in my experience, funny enough, a lot of the people that are able to do the kind of like alive, what sometimes is called dialogos intellectualism, tend to be people good at improv comedy, people that are like funny, people that do hip hop. A lot of people I know in the cypher, some of like hip hop, like this ability to just go the yes and not the no. No doubt that one of the key abilities, like when you hear language you don't know, you're tempted to say no or to stop it, but you got to go yes and. Like that ability to go with the flow, you know, as another phrase, seems to be part of the net smarts. Like if you don't have that ability, it dies. Yesterday, and I didn't get to bring, Chiton made the point, he's exactly right, that there's always the risk of philosophy being about the enjoyment of philosophizing, you know, perverse, right? Where you just enjoy it. It doesn't really, you say it's about truth, beauty, and goodness, but really, it's just something you like. Now, just because you like doing it does not follow that it is therefore bad. In fact, like could be evidence it's good. But in my experience, what's very interesting, it tends to be that the perversion, the feeling that philosophy is just self-congratulatory, tends to come up precisely when people are adamant about their terms, language, and thinker. Like when it becomes like a rivalrous fight, that's when it does begin to feel like it's just doing it for the sake of philosophy. But when it's this improv yes and, then it feels like you're building something, right? It feels like there's something alive where you're not just following a script because you like reading the script, because then you avoid the responsibility of being human and having to create something. And there's a perverse enjoyment of escaping your humanity. But then it feels like, no, you're actually at risk. You're actually doing something, because if you have to say yes and, then you may always drop the ball. Like improv comedy is terrifying.
Yeah.
Like to always like, if you're like completely dependent on the other person to say something you can respond to, and they may not. And like the perverse like the enjoyment, it's like the difference between the perverse enjoyment, because there's something about when you're adamant about your language and your thinker, it's power. Like you're saying, I really know, you know, David Hume, and you are wrong about the is ought, and I've read him better than you, and I'm therefore dominant in this conversation. And there's a perversion of power there, right? Now, I'm not promoting sloppy reading. But, you know, I'm not promoting bad reading, but there's something about the moment when you say no and, that now it's perverse. There's a power move that's going on. Unless, now there's plenty of times in improv comedy where it'll be yes and work it in a manner to kind of go against what was just said, but it's indirect, right? Yeah. Learning that indirect person of when, like I've heard people all the time say that, you know, David Hume says you can't get from is to ought, because that's extremely popular. Yes, he says that. That's because you get to ought from suchness. He's getting rid of the philosophical category of isness, right? In favor of sentiment, habit, and lived experience, phenomenology, right? Now that's the kind of key step that's always missed. But you know, when you're in a conversation, you can go, that's not rah. But then that's where it becomes like, you know, people should like screenshot that. Rah. You know, I will do that for $5. Anyone want to? Okay. So I'll send you a picture. But it's like that, then it does feel perverse. Then it feels like, but then there's like a way of learning to talk that doesn't shut it down. Like, let's say you were to say that example on Hume, and I would to say, yeah, I know that a lot of people, Emilio, say that about David Hume, but what do you think he means by habit and community? You know, that's where I don't directly say I disagree with you, but you can kind of sense that I'm disagreeing with you, and you sense there's a problem, right? So I'm trying to be, you know, I'm trying to be smooth and not to directly go against you, but I actually suck, right? It's clearly I'm showing my cards, right?
Yeah.
So that kills the conversation because now it's gone into perverse philosophical dynamic. Also, who am I to act like you should have read David Hume as much as I have? You see, that's the other problem. Like in these conversations, like no one has read even 1% of the books on this planet. No one. And look, the interpretation of David Hume I have is not shared by a large number of professional academics. Who am I to act like, you know, Dr. Kemp Smith and Donald Livingston are so obviously correct versus everyone else that if you, Emilio, have not read that entire academic history of Hume, there's something wrong with you. It's crazy. And yet that is how people talk, basically. They may not mean to talk that way, but that's how they imply by not knowing the right way to word a statement. The improv comedian is a master of how to word in a manner that keeps the show alive. Like, you know, it's not merely, it's like, it's the yes and in the particular way you say the yes and is part of the act in the performance. Like like to me, it's like playing every note in the like, if you do Beethoven's Ninth and you get 99.9% of the notes correct, the only thing anyone in the audience will remember is that one note that was off. You know, the 0.1. And I think it's really helpful to think of the online conversations as kind of performance is a hard word to use because people think it's fake, but to think of it as a like artistic performance in the sense of there's like you have to spell, you can't do literature if you don't do grammar, but literature is not merely grammar. And also there are times where literature is better for breaking grammar. Right? So there's all these kind of literature smarts, right? That you just have to know. And then you can get into all Andrew Luber's work that he's doing with Alex on story theme and thymos and all, and how to write a story, right? And it's really interesting with story. That's actually a good example, in my opinion, because basically there are no good guides on how to write fiction. And people, except Robert Olson Butler's Extraordinary From Where Dreams Come, but that's like a extraordinary book that nobody reads, but the people who do read it never forget it. So there's that one. But in regard to like the smarts of writing a story, if you will, that's like not, I know this sounds crazy, but it's really lacking. Like, and even like a good book on a writing guide, like how to write papers, even that is lacking. There are some. I think Stephen P. I don't, his other work I can't say too much on, but that one book he did on the sense of style is not bad, Mr. Pinker. But it's very interesting how all of these, a lot of the people who are professional writers, it's almost like they operate according to an intuition. Like they have a kind of intuition, right? And yet it's not merely an intuition. Likewise, the skill of improv comedy, like improvisation is very intuitive, but not merely intuitive. It's very weird. Like it is extremely intellectual, but it is not mere intellectualism. It's like this net skill that's being described that seems utterly necessary is a mixture of the rational and the intuitional. And you say, no, that kind of wording is going to kill the flow. Let me do the yes and in a manner that feels inviting. Like if you disagree with someone's interpretation of Hume, then the way to go about saying that should be in a manner that makes the person feel like they're learning something and that it's exciting. Like when you say, so if, for example, you say, oh, in Hume, you can never get to ought from is, you could go, yeah, absolutely. And hey, you know, in Hume, you never do get from ought from is, because for him, is a philosophical category that does not describe real life. And he's seen where governments have used saying humans are made in the image of God. Therefore, we need to force them to be Christian. They're defining is relative to what Hume would call like a philosophical consciousness, as opposed to the lived experience. When you go into the town and say, what is the suchness of the town? Oh, it's one that is very rural and needs farm. Oh, then we ought to provide cattle and livestock so that the farm can survive. So you're arriving at the ought from the suchness of the community as opposed from a general category of isness. So what have we done there? Someone says something about is and ought, rather than say that's wrong, that's a bad understanding of Hume, you've said, no, that is correct. But the nuance of that is the reason he's deconstructing that is to open up how you arrive at ought from suchness, right? So in that way, the improvisational comedy per se, then it keeps going, right? Because now we don't have a conflict where someone is like, oh, my understanding of Hume is wrong. I'm going to leave. Oh, I got to meet you guys. I got to go. Sorry. And again, I'm really interested in this topic of net, I guess I want to call them net skills, like internet skills, like net skills, because it's like, I know there are people like, I guess, you got Habermas, who talks about communicative rationality and democracy being based on conversation. I know you have like Zach Stein, a lot of the people over there talking about the need for like good conversation, authentic conversation, genuine conversation, where you're avoiding game theory dynamics of dominance. My only problem, well, it's one thing to tell everyone where you say, we need to have a conversation where we're genuine. Who disagrees?
Exactly.
Who disagrees? Like we need to make sure the house like doesn't lose electricity. Exactly. But do you like know what you're going to check to make sure it doesn't? Are you going to check your breaker box? You're going to check like the wiring, make sure everything's unplugged during a thunderstorm? Like likewise, I think that the particular skills, because it's almost like, I guess what I'm saying, and I'll pass it back to you. And I have a lot to say on what you said about the dreaming stuff, because that was really good. It's one thing to say everyone needs to be genuine, but if everyone is genuine, but they don't have the skills, they don't have the net skills, it's not going to matter. Like you can be genuine on the street, but if you don't have street skills, you're just going to be in trouble. You can be genuine, but without common sense, you're going to make things worse. Like you can be genuine when you go to help with the tractor and then you destroy the hydraulic cable because you don't know how to work it, right? Like you can even be sincere and open to learning about the tractor, but I don't need you sincere to learn about the tractor, because we need to use the tractor, right? And so, and I'm not saying none of like the Habermas communicative rationality, like game theory dynamics, so on are bad, but it's interesting. Like you have to get into the nitty gritty of the particular net skills, like the particular net skills. And I think improv comedy, for me, that's like a really critical skill. That seems to be, and again, for most of human history, because diversity was not so great that was trying to interact, you really didn't need the improv comedy skill in conversation. You didn't need I guess you could call improv conversation skill. You didn't need that skill generally, because you tended to be interacting with people who had a similar range of shared intelligibility, right? So you didn't need to have improv because they use the same terms. You weren't caught by surprise, right? Like what is improv comedy but the art of being caught by surprise. Right? So like in these intellectual conversations, you're constantly being caught by surprise, right? So because you're dealing with people who come from different intellectual diverse backgrounds or diverse national, whatever, and so forth. So you have to have the ability to have improv communication, and that seems to be a net skill. And without that skill, it doesn't matter how genuine you are or how much you really want to make a diverse community work or how much you really want to honor difference and different thinkers. It's going to be awkward. Like what happens when like when improv comedy goes bad, what happens? It's awkward. The awkwardness, this is what's interesting to me. I think very often we think a conversation, like we're looking like, oh, there was no like, no one in the conversation got angry, so it was a good conversation, right? It's like, well, but if you think in terms of an improv comedy performance, it's not the anger, it's the like success of the performance, which tends to be gauged by awkwardness. If there is never in the performance a moment of awkwardness, then you would say it was successful, right? You wouldn't say that it was successful because no one screamed at one another or no one got mad. You would be like, well, obviously that's like bare minimum. That's not even like, of course. But what you're saying is like, it's successful if there's no awkwardness, because awkwardness is where everyone silently kind of sits around and goes, so in these intellectual conversations, like the improv conversation skill is how you avoid awkwardness, and awkwardness is the metric of a failure in a sense, right? A awkwardness is a metric of a mistake in a sense, right? Well, the only way, now I'm not trying to mistake in like a moralistic sense, but it's a way of where the flow dies or whatever, the dialogos of these, whatever the terms are. And that seems to be a net skill. That if you don't, but here's the thing, if you don't make it explicit, then people don't know they need to learn it. But then it's always weird when you make the implicit explicit, right? Like whenever you talk about the dynamics of conversation, then it feels weird because you're like, you're not supposed to voice those because it kills them. But what's weird is I do wonder if like the internet allows you, like usually in society, if you make the implicit, like if someone has a coat over a chair, you're not supposed to sit on it. Well, then someone should say, why? And you don't have a reason, and there's no reason. So then you're like, you're right, it's stupid. And so the implicit dies. Like the moment you make the implicit explicit, it dies. usually. I wonder, though, if online it's different precisely because of the plausible acceptability of doing that due to the problem of diversity. Like, we know that we're dealing with diversity, and so we know we have no choice but to make the implicit explicit, so we all have the same like understanding of what we're doing. But then, well, maybe this is where flow is critical now, because you go like you make it implicit, but then you do it and you forget that you talked about it. Whereas when it comes to the code, there's no flow state. You're just wanting to sit in the front row and the guy won't let you. There's no flow state in that. Now you're just pissed. But if you're doing like an online conversation, you talk about it and then you forget about it. And that self-forgetfulness, which is a term I always like from Timothy Keller, and I talked with Javier at the net, that seems to be one of the interesting dimensions of all this, where these new kind of interactions require the making the implicit explicit, so you get good at it. But precisely as you get good at those net skills that were implicit that you've made explicit, you forget that you're using them. And so then it doesn't die, it doesn't collapse, because it sinks back into the background, the invisibility, so that you operate. So maybe that's why making these implicit explicit doesn't kill them, because of the flow, dialogos, et cetera, nature of the conversation that makes you enter into almost implicit explicit forgetfulness, background forgetfulness, structural forgetfulness, and so on and so forth. So that might be why it's different with the internet, because again, in society, if you make the implicit explicit, it tends to kill it and be bad for the society. And belonging, again, we'll talk about givens. Whereas maybe on these online spaces, you can actually discuss your givens, and it's not that you choose them, because when you choose them, they're arbitrary. If you say, oh, we're just going to follow those rules, you go, why? Right? And it seems arbitrary. And that's why society, when you destroy givens, is in huge trouble, because once it's no longer given that you should be Christian, why be Christian? And then the social order fragments, right? Because that's like the whole problem of society, right? But online, you might be able to actually overcome that problem, and arguably you could overcome it in society as well. You just don't have the closeness of people with the skills to create the effect, where the flow effect or the dialogos effect allows you to not so much choose the givens, the implicits, but to do them. And when you do them, they're just what you do. And so they're not arbitrary because you're doing them. If you chose them, they would be arbitrary and thus fail. But if you do them, they're not arbitrary because you're using them. How can they be arbitrary? They work. They increase the dynamic of the experience. Therefore, it makes no sense to say that it's arbitrary. So this is interesting to me, because as you know, we're trying to put out Belonging Again, part 1, in May, and this problem of givens and releases is one I'm obsessed with. The book has been going since 2016, and it's amazing how the years fly. But this problem of how to overcome the collapse of givens is one I think is extremely important, and it's interesting to think of these online interactions as possibly providing a way of overcoming, because basically you can't choose givens. If you choose a given, it's not a given. You chose it. A given is a thing that's just given. You don't think about it. It just is, right? So if you choose a given, it's no longer given by definition. And so the problem the whole socioeconomic order has is everyone knows givens are arbitrary because of pluralism. You could have just as easily born Hindu as you were Christian, right? And so you're like, oh my gosh, why am I Christian? And then it's like, I don't know. And you go into psychological chaos, basically. Everyone becomes an existentialist, as Peter Berger put it, because you can't choose givens. Well, that would mean the option would have to be something like given forgetfulness, which then, of course, is what a given is. A given is a thing you forget about, you just do. But how do you do that? It would seem like improvisation is a wonderful case study of what that looks like. Because all of improv comedy is arbitrary. But that's the point. That's why it's fun. That's why it's amazing. They literally could say anything. And yet whatever is said, they catch and they go with, right? And the very fact that it's random and arbitrary, the beauty is that it's like it's not random and arbitrary because they catch it. They catch it in the net, the safety net. And so it keeps going. And so this way to overcome the problem of choosing givens by doing givens, of which, though, to do, you require the net skills. Like, you require those net skills to do it. So it's not just something you can will. You have to train, you have to condition, you habitate. But if you literally do the givens, thanks to the net skills, that seems to be a way to overcome, or suggest a way to overcome, this radical problem of the collapse of givens in sociology, which then, of course, would get into, like, basically that means everyone's in a dance, right? The multiplicity is singular dance, that net conversation where the practical is more real than the technical. If you are practically one in dance, even though you're technically not the same person, you practically are the same person, and the practical is more real than the technical. And that very configuration, which I call harmony, is possible because of the meta skills. Like those are what you have, and that would be where you then do givens, not choose givens, and that seems to be significant for the current socioeconomic moment.
Yeah, it's I agree, because the givens are, they are weird, right? Because as you just mentioned, like when you make some things, if you make explicit, feel weird. Because for example, I was talking just before we started that I just moved to Mexico City it's the same school but a different campus, and like I knew like a couple persons coming here, but I met a lot of new people, and some of them I'm glad to call them like friends. It's like a nice thing, and it's been really interesting to see how the like how it, well, for me at least, like friendships are effortless in the sense that they kind of happen and do not, right? So they just kind of do and do happen or don't. However, so if you were to explicitly say something about friendship, like, oh, you have to do this, or it feels like weird and forced, and like you are taking like a given that maybe it's so invisible that it's not like you cannot see it, right? So when you make these like very intimate things explicit, it almost breaks them, as you say, like it breaks them. It breaks them. The nice thing is that, as you said, that we forget and they fade back into the background and we can function again. But if you make, sometimes when you make something explicit, it breaks. So but this duality, but sometimes you need to make them explicit because implicitly they are not working, right? If they were working, like, you don't have to make them explicit, but it's almost like, okay, something's broken, we have to bring to the front, like, okay, this is broken, we're going to maybe try this, fix this, okay, and it fades back into the background, and then you can like continue operating. And I think that's like, as you said, it's an ability that I don't see like many people having. Like it's weird because like I think like they teach us like all this useful stuff in school, like history and math, and that's like, it's useful, right? It's like it's nice. But and well, at my school at least, they are trying to they they're trying to teach like soft skills, like, but not like communication and teamwork and stuff. They at least try or pretend to bring this communication to the front. So there's like more of an awakening, of an awareness of that these soft skills matter, but like training them is like really difficult, right? Because it's not the same as a technical skill. In a technical skill, you can say like, oh, this is history, you can memorize the dates, and that's that. This is math, you can do these exercises, and then you understand the concept. But when you're talking about these really subtle, intangible things as a net skill, as a meta skill, well, I like to use that the term also, is it's really weird because precisely because they are invisible, because they're transparent, they are not taught because they are transparent. Like, people don't think about them, but because by definition they have to transparent to work, right? So they almost always get ignored, and they are not taught. And teaching them, I think, also is widely different than teaching something else. Because, for example, if I communicate a concept, an idea, it's like, depending of the nature of the idea, it might be hard to grasp or counterintuitive. So that could be like the challenge there. But arguably speaking, like, language helps us and is a useful tool to communicate this type of knowledge. However, if I want to teach someone how to ride a bike, I can explain some useful things that might help. Like, you have to use you have to use the pedals, right? Like, you have to use the pedals. Like, if someone had never seen a bike, they wouldn't understand what they're seeing, right? So like, some concepts and ideas are useful. Like, okay, these are wheels, they turn this way, you see this chain, you're going to pedal. So of course, some conceptual instructions are useful, but like, you cannot ever learn how to ride a bike from a book, from a video. It's like a tacit knowledge that cannot be communicated by words alone, right? So you have to go into the bicycle and fall a couple of times till you get the hang of it, and you go. And again, with something real, tangible as a bike, it's really obvious, right? But if you say like, oh, you have to develop like empathy for your friends, like how could you teach that? What situations could you place them in? What could you possibly design that encourages that situation to rise? It becomes like really difficult because in a bike, tangible, concrete, and you understand that you cannot teach empathy the same way you teach math, but um but yeah, so there's like this distinction. So like there's like this almost double problem, right? Because it's transparent, so they like people don't even realize or think about them or think that they have to teach them because they're transparent. And if and in the few cases that they kind of try to, they try to in the logic of concepts and of legible things, and it doesn't work. It's a spectacular failure. Imagine trying to teach how to ride the bike by reading a book. It fails spectacularly. So those are like things that I think that happen, and I don't know for so I don't know how we if we wanted like to make like a way to I always thought that for this type of things you could place people in situations where it would be probable for a specific feeling to occur. Like for example, okay, I'm going to tell like a personal story, because I was thinking like what makes me, for example, have this metability, for example, at my like more developed than some other people, like at least to my perception, right? What why? And you could say like you can always say like genetics and stuff, and like sure, like of course that plays a role, but I think I just realized something part of my experience growing up that might have been fundamental for doing that, because when I was younger, I went to karate. I went and did the martial art, and it's but the so there are like these belts, these color belts, and you're like I was really young. I think like maybe like 4 years old when I started doing karate, and you're like well, you're like you know. So you go because your parents like and send you to this place, or like so that you don't really have this concept, right? So like you grow up, and I remember I was in kindergarten, and like about to graduate kindergarten, and my parents said like, do you want to stay at karate or do you want to go? And I said I want to stay, even though like it's not like doing karate, it's not it was like it's not it's of course it can be enjoyable, but because of the it generates friction within yourself, and like because the martial art like forces you to be like physical ability, but also like things like discipline and like and all these like things that you have to develop. So it's not quite it's not comfortable, right? It's not a comfortable experience. But I said no, I want to stay, and I'm really happy because I did, because so each time, like let's say that you go to the dojo, you exercise, you learn the new katas and stuff, and then after a certain amount of time you have your exam, you present your exam, and you graduate adult, right? So you like from yellow to orange and stuff, and so on, and you go until you reach brown. That's like the last one of the color ones. Then you're going to become a black belt, and that is a whole different experience, because I'm sure like I'm speaking about my teacher, my sensei, and my dojo and stuff, because of course like in other places it will be, I'm sure it's wildly different, but in here you have to go through a very specific process. You have the exam, and when you become a black belt, it's the first time you have to do like a pre-exam, right? So you went to like a camp and basically endured hell on earth for like 2 days, right? Because you went and you exercised like for 6 hours straight, like 6 hours you were, and you're like physically exhausted, emotionally exhausted, and then you wake up early the next day and you run 5 kilometers or 10, depending on which black belt you are, and then the same day you climb a mountain, you walk up to the mountain, and so like physically it's very demanding, right? Like you're exercising all day and stuff, but what I think beautiful is the emotional component of this, because you and I was when I for my first black belt, I was really young. I don't remember if I had like 10 or 12 years old. I was like really really young, and like the demands were like huge. I remember like climbing this Pico de Aguila. It's like like small well not mountain but like a mount or something here in Mexico City. And it's the only time I remember that I felt like I was dying because I was climbing the steps and I couldn't like because Mexico City is like of a higher altitude also, so like I had lesser like I could I cannot explain the experience. I feel like I was like dying. I couldn't. But you keep walking and you keep walking because you. I was also in the last group, so I couldn't fall behind. So you keep walking, walking, and you reach to the top, and they tell you this beautiful story on a metaphor of a caterpillar and a butterfly. So and so you mix this emotional component, and then at the end of at night when it's like freezing cold, they have a campfire, and you have la cata de la vida, the cat of life, and it's not even moments. It's just like you shout like the vocals, and because you're in such a specific state of mind, like physically, emotionally, it connects with you deeply, right? So that's okay. So that's kind of the pre-exam part. So you can say that it's a process that it's the first time you go to the process because you want to become a black belt, and it's very specific and very demanding and very exhausting, and it takes like everything you got emotionally, mentally, physically to be able to endure it. But then in like the exam comes, and there's this particularity in the exam that's normally you just do movements, right? Like katas or other movements, like a feat of skill. Maybe like you have to be in like a push-up position with knuckles, like until they tell you to stop, right? So there are like these things. What is different in a black belt exam is that the kata you do at the end, they hit you like you are doing the movements and they are like hitting you, like they punch you in the stomach and stuff. So that the idea is that you have so inner control and tranquility and resilience of mind that even if someone is hitting you, you can still pay attention and focus just on your movements, and you have to make your own kata. And I was really young at the time. I knew it was going to hurt, but I just remember the first, like, because they hit you like here, like they just like kind of like the first um bunch is like that one. And I remember just like the first one and just like it breaking me. I was just like it was I had never experienced like any pain in my life that was like close, like physical pain at my life at such a point. And I was just like I was like mentally prepared. It broke me, and I was just like, ugh. And like in that broken state, in just like crying and sobbing, and I continued doing the movements, the kata until it ended, right? So and then and there you finish with like a specific moment and you shout and it's like cathartic and stuff. And then it's all over and they give you your black belt and stuff. And that, but it's a really like for me, like I almost it becomes invisible. I don't think often about karate and that stuff I lift, but when I do recall it, I'm like, yeah, I think that's a different experience that my classmates and my friends had, and and it and it really really changes the way that you. It's a process I become that really changes you the way that you feel or act, and it becomes something positive, I believe, because you have like this endurance that other people have not had the chance to develop, right? So this is like a really extreme example of martial art, and I didn't develop specifically like net or meta skills in that of the ones that we are talking about, but it did allow me to develop some skills that I couldn't have developed otherwise. Like I couldn't have developed that resiliency or that by reading a book by so. I also think that when you want to teach like this meta skill or something, it's almost like it's a classroom is the wrong tool to use. You have to have experiences, like you have and you can tailor them to the thing, right? If you want, and it could be anything. If you want like communication, you could be like, I don't know, for example, maybe an escape room that if only if you communicate correctly you can escape, right? Because of the way it's designed. Or it doesn't have to be like so extreme as the example. It can be like something lighter and fun and stuff. But you have to teach through experience. Like instead of design the curriculum, you design the experience, right? You design the experience, and that in itself, like you cannot guarantee that the person will feel or be moved by the situation, but you at least allow the possibility of that to happen. And I think that's the way that these like meta skills are taught, but they are like much more difficult to be taught, because like if your parents just throw the kids at the school and they're at the classroom all day, that's like a really logistically speaking easy thing to do. But if you have to go to a camp or you have to do this, like it's harder, right? So I think like realizing meta skills are need something that needs to be taught. It's hard because they are transparent, and then if you actually want to do them, it's like really hard because probably they will want to teach them like in a classroom or the same way they teach technical stuff, when they require like a whole different like experience thing living. I also thought that in the future, like if we had like technology, like people would just go like in a chair, like type of matrix, and just like have experiences, and in 5 minutes you could be you could become wise, because you have all these experiences that like help you contextualize everything. So yeah, and just yeah, and just to let you speak, I'm just going to quickly mention that what you said about the book about stories. I think that you might enjoy Story Grid. That's like an excellent book about the topic. It was written by an editor, not a writer, and he has like a really explicit way of saying like about the different genres, and how that you have like specific things, specific scenes are needed depending on the type of story. So I think that book you will enjoy regardless of fiction. Story Grid, it's called. And also like Brandon Sanderson, it's like the most like the biggest fantasy author right now, I believe, and he has like lectures about how he builds his world building stuff, and I find them like really interesting also. So those might be of interesting. But yeah, I have some other stuff written down, but I'll talk about it later. But yeah, it's I don't know.
Well, that was all magnificent, and I'm always eager to learn that there are other texts that are actually teaching story, you know, in a real way. So that's very good to know. That was all excellent. There's a few things. One, I think the phrase you used, design experience, I think that's exactly right. There's a lot of people that are designing, say, new systems, new ways of voting, new community structures, and all that. I don't want to say that there's no value in any of that. I think that, you know, that would be problematic. You know, there are real differences. Like there's, you know, we talked about it, different ways to do capitalism, right? That are better or worse. However, all of that to me is secondary to the question of human motivation, why humans respond to negativity in one way versus another. Because everything you said about karate is excellent. It makes me think about the conversation I had with Michelle on responding and questioning negativity, which was based on her conversation with Cadell last on Anchor. Because it's this great mystery of why do some people, when they face negativity, thrive, and other people face negativity and it collapses them, right? Like why? And you can say genetics or mystery or there's no answer. Well, then the conversation's over. And and you know, okay, fine. And basically, if there is no answer to that, then you can design all the systems or new political structures you want, and it will not matter, because the fundamental, like if we take seriously Schleiermacher's meta question, all of those, I don't think, can be solved merely by creating a new kind of capitalism. You have to solve the very problem of the human subject being motivated externally versus intrinsically, the human subject who doesn't have meta skills versus does have meta skills, and so on and so forth. And I will note that net skills would absolutely overlay with meta skills. I don't think there's a difference really there. Basically, the phrase net skills would be the particular meta skills needed for the internet. You know, and you know, I got that, as you know, in Thoughts that talks about the necessity of meta skills to deal with power today, because power is controlling people in terms of a meta dimension, not directly. And that gets, you know, and I think it's actually more complex than even norms and Foucault and different things. Not that I'm saying he's wrong, but it gets into Deleuze's capture and so on and so forth. Anyway, you're not going to deal with, say, the meta crisis by creating a new way for people to vote. It has to get into the problem of human motivation, how the subject formulates, and so on and so forth. And I think definitely that is a matter of experiences. This is what's very interesting. A lot of the people to me who seem who are able to say are very That are seemingly able or sublated, that have meta skills, that have the ability to create, are intrinsically motivated, focused. A lot of them went through intense sports. A lot of them had maybe something in their life went wrong that made them reevaluate everything.
Yeah.
A lot of them maybe were writers. So they were trying to write a story, which is, if you think about it, writing stories is weird because you're operating on two levels. It's just words on a page, but it's not. So you come to like be attuned to the metaphysical or the meta. Now, I'm not saying all writers, and I'm not saying everyone that does sports and everyone who does karate. I did wrestling. Wrestling was unbelievably important. I remember Granby camp where you do freaking Granbys like 500 times. I mean, they're trying to kill you, right? And yet there's something about that that's very important, right? And so it's something about an experience. Let me put it this way. If we don't design the right experiences, then whatever system we design, it will not ultimately matter.
Yeah.
Even if that system is better. Like, that's why I'm not throwing it out. Like, I'm not throwing out all these efforts to have new democratic processes, or, I know there's a lot of people like Brendan is doing work on emergentism where he's trying to fight against scientific reductionism by saying, look at complexity theory. The universe is not a heat death. There actually is like a complexity that's growing. And then Bob, they are a lot of the meta-modern people, all of that has a role because there are lots of people who think that the universe is empty and cold and life has no meaning, right? And that can give them a different mythos. Now, I think we have to ask if a emergent mythos is going to be as effective as a personal god, but that gets into a kind of debate about which mythos is most effective. Regardless, I think that plays a role, but if you don't deal with the problem of human motivation, I don't think it matters ultimately. And I'm not trying to discard the work because I think this is the great mystery that we're all working on, because for me, you have to identify the main problem. Because whatever address you do, if you don't accurately assess the main problem, it's not really going to matter. Yeah. Well, it's not going to be effective. You have to do everything. Like, let's say we address. So let me back up and say, let's say we address the problem of motivation, but then we don't have a better scientific worldview to stop reductionism. Well, whatever effective stuff we do on motivation may get canceled out in 10 years because of reductionism, right? Or let's say you deal with the problem of motivation, but you're still dealing with a capitalism that is corporatism, right? Well, the human motivation never has the money to realize itself and it always goes broke, right? So every piece of the puzzle has a role and arguably is equally as important as all other pieces. I'm not interested in claiming that some don't matter at all. The risk in the online conversation is that each piece thinks that it can be the whole. Like each piece is tempted to overfit. Like, let's take a lot of the rationalist communities. Okay, there's kind of, if people were more rational, things would work out. I am not absolutely, people need to be more rational. But if you overfit that and think rationality can deal with mythos, economics, and game theory dynamics, you're completely wrong, right? Likewise, if you say, let's have a non-reductionist scientific worldview, well, if you think that's going to deal with the problem of people who are, say, not able to deal with relationships because they don't understand libidinal economy, you're completely wrong, because you have to deal with pathos, right? So you have to do with every single part. For me, if I were to ask what is the particular area that is of most interest, not because it's necessarily better, but because I guess I think about it the most, is this topic of motivation, which is intricately tied to the question of responses to negativity. Why do people respond to getting slapped on the back and maintaining the karate posture while other people get slapped in the back and they can't do it, right? Well, it seems to be, and it's hard to even talk about it without sounding like you're saying some people are better than other people. And in a way, yes, because you're not collapsed. I mean, that's what's weird. Like, yes, I mean, we have to be able to say it's better to not, it's better to pass the black belt exam than not, right? Because you are in the black belt exam. You are there, choosing to be there, thus putting yourself to that standard. This is not a standard someone imposed upon you, but you imposed on yourself. So if we talk about better or worse relative to a metric that you chose, that's not oppressive because it is your own submission to that standard. So I think that's a nuance there.
Yeah.
The issue is we at the same time are weirdly choosing but not choosing to be part of a society. We're weirdly choosing and not choosing to be part of the internet. We're weirdly choosing or not. So there's both this valid way to talk about better or worse that simultaneously feels unfair and yet also is just simply the case because we are using the internet. We are in a pluralistic age. We are under capitalism, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it becomes kind of difficult to talk about because you're in this double space where there is better ways to do things. But then it's also like unfair to talk about those better things because you didn't choose to be in the system of those better things. But almost that's beside the point because you are, right?
Yeah.
You are. So it becomes interesting in that regard. But that all aside, to me, the responses to negativity and motivation question are about designing an experience. I love the example of riding the bike because everyone knows you can't learn how to ride a bike unless you're willing to fall, right?
Yeah.
And we all know you can't read a book and know how to ride a bike. So we know this almost like empirically. We know there are certain things you can only learn by doing, right?
Yeah.
Like that's an empirical fact. I would argue improv comedy is one of those. You can only learn to do improv comedy by trying it, which is absolutely terrifying and hard and difficult. And when you screw up, it almost is like, I don't even understand why I screwed up. I said something. Yeah, but what you said wasn't funny. Well, why wasn't it? I thought it was funny. Like it all feels kind of, I like the example because that too is kind of fair but unfair, just like being human. Like it's like improv comedy, there is a logic for what makes a good story, a good improv comedy, and yet the logic is live. It's very difficult to explain. I like the example too because in improv comedy, it's an example like in Hegel, where nature and notion are two sides of the same coin. The nature that is developing is coming out simultaneous with the notion that is alive in the nature. Like when you do improv comedy, what you should say or not say is relative to what was just said that didn't have to be said, but now that it's said, there is a right and wrong relative to that thing that was said. And you have to hold that all in yourself live and go and then act like you're not holding anything, because if you're on the stage going I don't know what to do, like you have to be quick. Right, you have to make it look like you just it has to look like magic. I don't know how to put it. Like it has to look like magic. And the thing is, what's also interesting about this, I would argue that this example of improv comedy, which is basically the hip-hop cipher as well, it's all the same, is to me what Heidegger's talking about with clearing. Because in clearing, then being comes forth. What you are doing is getting out of the way and just going with the overall performance that allows something to come forth, right? And so improv comedy, so as just a little, for all the Heideggerian, like as a little note, for me, this is what clearing is. Like a lot of people think about Heidegger's clearing too much, I think, in terms of like absence of stimulation or like a blank sheet of paper clearing. For me, clearing is you getting out of the way of yourself so you can be in the performance, which then of course requires, like if you're in a hip hop cipher and you're thinking about what you're going to say next, you're terrible. You just have to know what you're going to say next, which is the weirdest thing on planet Earth, right? In the same, it's no different than the online conversations. Like if when someone's talking, you're thinking too much about what you're going to say next, you're not listening to them and the whole thing screws up. But then it's really weird because how in the world do you know what to say next? Really hard to explain. You have to do it to know how to do it. That all is clearing, right? And so all of these, because you're clearing yourself out of the way to let the being of yourself come forth, to be Heideggerian, right? And so to me, that means all of the net skills and meta skills are the skills of clearing. And they are the skills also of the ability to respond to negativity, the negativity of what am I going to say next? The negativity of, oh my gosh, I'm not sure if I'm right. Oh my gosh, and to actually not break posture. Like every time someone says something, they're basically hitting you on the back, right? They're like hitting you and you're like, no, I can incorporate that. I can incorporate that. And there's something, so then it does seem that when you do karate or you do, these different things, you learn something implicit there that you bring into, say, the online conversations, that then you enact subconsciously. You just do it. You don't, no one explicitly says, oh, I'm doing this, Dan, because this is, this is net law 3, this is net law 4, and it's time for net law 4 now, right? It doesn't work. But what happens is because of those experiences, you bring in a certain implicit understanding of the correct way to make things flow, to make things work, and therefore you do it. Therefore, there's a clearing, and it's all implicit. The main thing is like the reason why pluralism forces the implicit in society to become explicit is because people of different cultures have different implicit backgrounds, right? So Hindus have different implicit backgrounds than Christians, right? Under pluralism, they interact. They don't share the implicit, which makes them, one, realize they have an implicit, and two, they have to explain it, which then ruins it. So this is the world now. A lot of, in my opinion, a lot of what's called the meaning crisis is a result of implicit backgrounds being forced into the explicit, shattering as a result, and people not knowing how to restore them. Okay? That's the problem of givens. The meta skills, net skills, responses to negativity, because if you think about it, all of that is a negativity, right? That is all someone slapping you on the back in karate, right? So this is the question. This is what we have to do today. Create new, in the realm of the explicit, create new implicits that then you put back in the implicit realm and forget about. I do think that is a new thing in history. There has never really been an age, if I'm being very bold, that has had to worry about that really. Let's put it this way. If tradesmen on the Silk Road needed to worry about that, they could do it by engaging in self-forgetfulness because of economic activity. Like that whole problem could go back into being invisible because they were concerned about the economics. Well, people talking online are not necessarily talking for economic gain. So they don't have a thing to make the explicit implicit again, right? So you have to do it. And it seems like ideas themselves, talking about ideas themselves seems to be the new kind of thing that you can center on because we were talking about this before the show, right? Like how there's something special about talking about ideas. Like when you talk about people or the weather or whatever, it kind of feels it can, like there can be an emptiness to that. Not necessarily, of course. There can be an emptiness to ideas that don't come back to common life, right? So there's a ditch on either side of the road. But there's something about ideas that seem to have a special way of deepening relationships, potentially. And I think part of it is precisely in order to talk about ideas, even if you don't consciously call them meta skills, you end up developing meta skills to talk about the ideas, of which just happen to be the same skills that are good for relationships. Because everything we said, like the ability to talk across languages, what is Gary Chapman's love language but the ability to learn love languages between spouses, right? You know, what is a marriage but trying to make difference similar, right? Like, what is a marriage? Like, a marriage is not going to be successful if everyone has expectations of how it's supposed to go. You have to improvise. You have to be live and be cool with it, right? What's very interesting is basically then what we're saying is that these net skills, the skills you learn when you talk about ideas, you can only have those conversations if you develop the net/meta skills that happen to be the same skills that tend to be very good for libidinal economy, right? And then, of course, so therefore they feed one another. Like they go back and forth. And that makes sense because love is metaphysical, right? Like, you know, if I were to ask you, like, where is the love in your marriage? It doesn't really make sense. It's like a dimension, right? Well, ideas are a dimension as well. And so it would also seem that these meta skills that are necessary, and maybe this is why every philosophical conversation, you know, Javier's pointed this out, that you always get back to love, where at the end of the day, it's about love. It's about loving one another. The reason we do philosophy is love, right? And it always feels kind of weird, but it actually makes sense if in a way love is love and like philosophy are both metaphysical dimensions. Maybe they're two sides of the same coin. Maybe philosophy is the notional expression of love and love is the natural expression of philosophy, if I'm using Hegelese. And of course, notion and nature are two sides of the same coin. Which that would kind of make sense because true love is what everyone wants. And truth, of course, philosophy. So true love would be the marriage of nature and notion, which would be Hegelese. And then if we're using Vervaeke's Neoplatonism, that would suggest that truth is the form according to which the love formulates itself, like the orbit of a planet. So a planet follows an orbit. The love is the orbit according to which the ideas form, or the truth. I'm sorry, the truth is according to which the love orbits. And that's what then makes it have order. And that's what makes the love then not turn into chaos. Because what does so many people's relationships turn into? Chaos, right? They come close and it's a hedgehog dilemma. They hurt each other, Freud, everything that goes to crap. So you have to have both truth and love, truth, notion, love, nature. And that makes sense because love gets tied to sex, nature, evolution, biology, but it's not. But then the thing is, love is not merely that too, right? There's something else to it. Well, that's interesting. Okay, because then if it's like Levin's like Xenobots, So if Holgate's talking about chemicals follow on their own, according to Hegel, chemicals follow the logic of notion. Like there is logic in nature itself, and it formulates according to that nature. And if you don't do that, it's kind of chaotic, right? Well, likewise, love that doesn't formulate according to a truth is not natural. Like it's not nature. And so therefore, and what is not natural? It's chaos. Nature is ordered, right? Like nature is nature because there's an order to it. Now, when I say order, I'm not saying like, I'm talking an emergent order, complexity theory and all that. I'm not talking simplistic order like a building or something. But it's interesting to think that without truth, love cannot have an ordering. Love cannot be natural because nature is notion. Like, and notion is nature. And you need the truth to be the form according to which entities formulate, like those xenobots that Levin is talking about, like the planet orbiting in book 7 of Plato's Republic. And it's interesting to think those together. And then so maybe that's why love and philosophy always seem to come together, because love is nature, philosophy is notion, philosophy, love, and truth and different things. And then meta skills and the net skills are precisely the skills of navigating and mediating that dialectical relationship. Because in Hegel, you have to have the skills of the dialectic, per se, to navigate that relationship, to hold them together, because they're always pushing against each other, coming against the different things. Like, you have to have the skills to do the dance. Like, you have two people in a dance, so you got two people who are different in a dance, without which the dance is not possible, but the steps of the dance are not located in the people in the dance, like a waltz or something, right? So then the skills are the actual dance steps themselves. You know, love and truth, or love and philosophy, are the two people in the dance, and they need the coordination to come together as nature notion, at which point you have the transvectivity that Mr. Vervaeke is talking about, which is then to have nature following a formulating principle like in Neoplatonism that then gives rise to life as a harmony, as a dance, as a thing that's not reducible, as a whole, as something of which leads to a beatific vision. So then thinking about the meta skills and the net skills as the mediating of that difference for the possibility of that formulation, because I think it helps to think of Plato's forms as formulations, not just forms, because that's the perfection. So every form is a formulation of a thing according to which it formulates, like it follows and it's unfolding. Then I think we can see why love, you know, all of that gets into why I think we can see truth as the form according to which love is natural.
It makes a lot of sense, because like for me, when love as I as it was maybe the original, you know,
Yeah, it's 2 hours now. Yeah.
of the talk. Love it's like what it's almost like of everything we've talked, love is not the practical, but the meta skills and stuff, they become like really useful and really important when you talk about love, right? Because you could say like there's like it's a direct application of the things and the meta skills that we've talked about. And for me it's really weird, because and that's a really beautiful way of putting it, because normally I look around at couples my age, older and stuff, and I'm like, and I don't see love, right? There may be a relationship, a romantic relationship, but I don't see. I rarely see love, and it's weird, because I think it comes back, for you to understand what love is, you have to experience it in a way, right? But also, every new experience recontextualizes the previous ones, right?
That's
because
right.
it becomes this weird thing, because, for example, I was on elementary school. I was like on 5th grade or something, and I liked a girl, right? And I still remember the feeling. It was like really intense and really huge, and and you're like, oh, this is what love is, right? And you're in your mind like, this is like, you think this is what love is, this huge, like these butterflies in the stomach, and this like nervousness and excitement, and like you say like, okay, you're like, I don't know, like 11 years old, and just like, yeah, this is what love is. And then you grow up, and then you have like similar experience or something like that, and you're like, oh, this is what love is, or something like that. And then, but then, for example, of course, every experience is different by definition. But then I met my first girlfriend, and it was really interesting to see because normally, and I came with these like different categories, or because you can like someone, you can fall in love with someone, and you can love someone, and those are like three different things. Because in Spanish they are even like more distinct, because in English it's a love, fall in love and love, but it's still the same word. In Spanish it's different. It's, for example, enamorarse, like enamorarse, and the other one is amar. No, you love someone, and you fall in love with someone, enamorar, and so like the word, it's different, and that maybe helps like realize that I think that what most people call love, it's actually falling in love, which it has like different characteristics. Because, and I think some people um fall in love with falling in love because it's like a really exciting experience, right? You meet someone new, and it's different and stuff, and like, but suddenly like you actually get to know the person, and you're like, "Ugh, I just don't feel the same way anymore." Like, of course, because like you were in the process of falling in love, and for you to fall in love, there has to be like, you cannot know the person. Like, there has to be like the idea of the person. You have to interact with your version, your idolized version of them, right? So you fall into the idea of them, right?
Right.
And if you are lucky, you meet them, and slowly replace each part that it was your imagination with reality, and the picture that emerges, hopefully you will love, right? So that's like the idea. And so people fall in love, and it's a beautiful feeling, exciting feeling. It's really cool. But for me, when you love someone, the distinction is that you you love them with as much knowledge of them as you possibly can, because it's easy to love someone, and 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 it's weird because the word love is like in people, like, I was young and I watched movies, and when like some, like the guy and the woman just met like 2 hours ago, and at the end of the movie they're like, I love you, and I'm like, and I was young and I was like, that seems reasonable, and I grew up and I always, and no, and I grew up and I was like, no, how could you possibly love someone that you met a week ago, a month ago? Like, you are falling in love, you might, but you don't love them, right? So it becomes like this whole different thing, and I'm really grateful with the experience I had with my ex-girlfriend right now. But because it's the first time I got to know someone, romantically speaking, like, and it's like a really beautiful thing, because you can open your ways in some ways that you cannot in any other type of situation, right? So you learn a lot about yourself and stuff. And the funny thing is that my relationship lasted like for a year and 1 month. So it was a good amount of time. Obviously, it's not a marriage of like 50 years or something, but it was really interesting to reflect back on like how the first months went, like the first 3 months, and then it's like the next 3 months, and like you could see how things change, right? Because you are like in the honeymoon phase, you are falling in love, everything's perfect, like everything like rose and stuff like that, and then you're like, oh, but like this little thing, or like, oh, that this, and and it's weird because, for example, let's say that your partner like snores in bed, right? And you're like, and maybe you don't really mind, right? Like, you're like, it, like, you could think of it like as a flaw, and I use like quotation marks because flaw is always in relation to like a standard that you may have or may not have. So I just like quality, like that quality of the person, like that maybe storing is the quality of the person that you don't really mind. So it doesn't really become an issue, but maybe you do mind that he or she doesn't wash the dishes, right? Or you do mind that she or he is late, right? So you can get to know one person a lot, and you can find these little things that, for example, might annoy or anger someone else, but don't not you, like the storing, for example. But there are going to be things that actually like confront you in a deep level, right? Like this thing of the other person, like it's not something that I could feel like, oh, maybe I'm a little bit anxious or a little bit pissed when the other person is saying late, but it's not that big of a deal, right? So there's like, but then you reach something that is like, oh crap, like this it don't feel like the hedgehog analysis, right? It don't feel like feels like fundamental in the difference. Just like this thing you do, think or feel, it like you cannot conceptualize it, assimilate it. You don't know what to do with it because you're in such proximity with the other person. So, and I think that only love as being a process, right? That you meet someone and you fall in love and you enjoy it and it's beautiful, and then you start slowly getting to know a person until the point that like of course like we can never know another person completely and stuff, but you know them as much as you can, being two separate beings, I would say, like as much as you possibly can, and you understand like everything, like their pains, their motivations, their frustrations, fears, their little mannerisms. Like you get to deeply know them, and if you deeply know them and you that in that point is where love can you I would say that you can actually say that you love them because you you love them because it's how do I say it? Like you cannot love someone if you don't know them, right? Like you can be friendly about them, you can like them, you can have like a nice time, you can feel affection towards them, and this is all true and stuff. But for me to say that you love someone, to say those specific combination of words, that means that you know the other person and all the things that really bother you or cause you conflict of the other person, that you intimately know them, and in spite of that or because of that, or like it doesn't matter that those things exist, you still love them. So I think it's weird because and it becomes with words and we and as in because we say I love you, and it doesn't, and I think then if we use love for the concept of falling in love, then we don't have a word to describe this thing, right? We don't know. And it makes sense because when you're falling in love, you're full of excitement, and you're just like, I love you, while you hug the person and you kiss them. Like, of course, you're going to like want to say that because you feel this rush of emotion. It makes total sense. But for me, we if love was a meta skill, if love it's the most misunderstood of them all, right? Because there's like we have words that we think we know but mean something else, and we have the wrong concepts, and we have the wrong um models, because if you see at movies, at books, like normally they don't teach us what love is. It's always about the chase, for example, about the guy how he killed the woman, no, sometimes in reverse, but it's always about the chase. Once they start like dating, or well, they not even dating, like they say I love you, the movie ends, the books end, like, so, and you're like, what happens 1 year in, 3 months in? What happens when they are tired 5 years later? And like, so we don't have, because I think fiction, it's another way to get meta skills. Not all of them, but I think fiction is a really, really, really useful tool to get meta skills. And I think our current understanding of love is so bad because all the stories we have about love, they're about like toxicity or possessiveness of your mind, and they're like really good stories. They're exciting and they're like a really good read, but they are not useful to understand what love is. You don't have examples. If you said like what love is, you cannot think of a movie, you cannot think of a book. Probably you don't have someone in real life when in which you can to relate, oh, that's what love is. So if we don't have examples, we don't know what we're looking for, and we stumble, and we hurt ourselves and others, and it becomes this whole mess. So I think like, yeah, fiction, it's one great tool that we use very poorly when it comes to love. Yeah.
So that was all really good. All right. So there's a few things here. First, fiction is a very interesting example because to do fiction well, you have to try to make the story one that could actually happen in terms of the fiction. Like, let's say it's in a Star Wars world where it still has to be possible within a universe that had Star Wars configurations. Okay. So fiction is always this weird thing of working if it denies the fact that it's fiction, right? So likewise, love works if you deny the fact that it's just an idea of a person. And yet you can never, ever access the consciousness of another person. So do you ever actually truly love, right? Well, there's a way in which you do, because there's a difference between the person committed to that actual person, even if you never get there, and love that's in love with the notion. So now I'm thinking the Kantian problem, which is, of course, going to lead to a Hegel move. So in love, there's this problem where you never get to the person themselves, right? In Kant, you never get to the thing itself. Now, I have to, every conversation now, that when I refer to Kant, I refer to Kantianism as popularly understood. There are academics who argue that Kant, if you bring all the critiques together, is not a Kantian. So that all aside, it's always this game we have to play. Anyway, so you can't get to the thing of itself, right? And you're always stuck in the phenomenon. You can't get to the noumenon. It's a Kantian move. We actually know that something like this is true in love. Like there is something like Kantianism true in love, because you never ever access the consciousness of another person. And yet if I were to say to you, well, love proves Kant is right, we all know it doesn't, though. Like we're like, yes, no, I never fully get to the person, but I definitely get to them more than, say, John at the big T down the street. So there is a difference between my not reaching John down the street and not reaching my spouse, right? And then there's also a really interesting move where you go, it's not really about occupying their consciousness. That's not the goal. Who cares? It's like, who cares if you never get to the bookcase in itself? That's not really what you care about, except when you're asked, do you? And then you're like, oh, I don't know. It's like the centipede being asked, how do you use all your legs? I don't know. And then you die because you can't move anymore. So likewise, when I ask, do you ever reach the consciousness of your spouse? You say no. And so what? Because what seems to be primary is, in fact, the commitment to the spouse to change and dance with them, to change with them, right? To become with them, right? And it is precisely because you can't access their consciousness that that commitment is needed, and there's the possibility of change and the surprise, right? It is precisely because you don't know what the person is going to say in improv comedy that makes improv comedy so magnificent. You don't know what is going to happen next. The magnificence of improv comedy is precisely, in a sense, dependent upon a noumenon. If there was no noumenon, improv comedy would not be possible, and it would suck. Like, because there would only be script. There'd only be script. And they did a good job reading the script. But there's always something uniquely magnificent about the hip hop cipher, something uniquely magnificent about improv comedy that is, in a way, in my opinion, in a real way, superior to script comedy. That's not because script comedy isn't funny, but because script comedy has a script. But the person who can live, on the fly, improv comedy, there's something uniquely magnificent about that. But that magnificence is uniquely dependent upon not knowing what the person before you says, right? Okay. The very fact you cannot occupy the consciousness of your spouse is why there's the possibility in love of a magnificence that would otherwise not be possible. The very fact, because you can't ever fully access them, means that love has to have at its heart a certain improvisation. Well, that improvisation, now it's meta skill, right? Now we're talking the net skill, all these different things. Precisely that condition is arguably more magnificent than a world in which you could occupy the consciousness of other people, because then it would all be scripted, right? And then, of course, it'd be no freedom. Or at least not freedom in a magnificent sense. There might be freedom, the choice to read the script or not, but then the only way to escape freedom would be absurdity. In this example, in a world that has a nominal structure, if you will, there's a possibility of freedom that has a magnificence that is not script bound. A unique kind of freedom is possible. The freedom of the comedian, the improv comedian or the hip hop cipher, right? That freedom, that same freedom and that same magnificence is possible in love. That is only possible precisely because you cannot access the consciousness of the other person. That would also be Lacan's lack. The very fact that there is a fundamental lack that you can never ever access is precisely why there's the possibility of a certain magnificence that otherwise would not be possible. And arguably, a lot of these net skills, the online conversations, is training in the skills of which makes one capable of that magnificence. Which, if we take it back to the dance example, it's the unique dance of a ballroom dance, like true dancers beyond magnificent. They're following the skills, harmony, the magnificence of the dance is only possible because you cannot access the mind of the other person, right? So what is this magnificence? This magnificence is some sort of dance between truth and love. And the truth is the improv comedy. What is truth in improv comedy? The truth is the overall performance, the overall effect. Like when you improv comedy in response to lines you don't expect, did you give the true answer? Did you give the, like, can we talk about true answers in improv comedy? Can we? Only in the context of the whole performance. Individual lines, you can't say, well, that was a true response or a false response. It doesn't seem to quite fit. But afterwards, you can say that was truly improv comedy. It met the form of what constitutes improv comedy because there was no awkwardness. Everyone responded in a way to give rise to the truth of improv comedy. Likewise, the truth of true love is the whole performance of the relationship that comes out in the whole, that is a result of the parts. And now we've destroyed the distinction between parts and whole, because the whole is contingent on every part and the whole is contained in every part because it mirrors the whole that you're formulating. Every moment of the improv comedy is a part of which reflects the whole of the improv comedy show, and both of them are on operation at all times. Well, now we're talking about Vervaeke's system of transvectivity, his whole stack, Levin, and all these different things, complexity theory, right? It is extremely interesting to me that so many medieval philosophers or classical philosophers describe love as the moving principle of reality. The most obvious example is Dante. What makes the sun and other stars move? The logic of the universe is love. And then obviously Christianity and so on and so forth. In all honesty, this is extremely weird. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like, emotion is why the stars move. What are you talking about? Well, what if instead we think about love as exactly a word that signifies the marriage of notion and nature? What is love is the term that describes improv comedy. Because why does improv comedy work? It only works if the people like really love it and want to do it and suffer it and make it happen, right? And then the overall effect makes you love it. But the thing that you love is precisely being formulated live in the act, of which is possible in its magnificence precisely because it is unknown of what will occur, the noumenon, right? So in love, what's interesting in a marriage is people who are married start to look like one another, right? Like that's well documented. Like as they get older, they like become similar. They share their habits. Like they start to become like one another. Well, right there in love, then you see nature and notion combined. Right there, you see nature formulating according to the notion of the love. Like let's think about like what's interesting to me. Like there's, Vervaeke was talking about this with Levin. Okay, the placebo effect. The placebo effect is freaking weird. Like if you think about it. And in fact, most scientists, they were trying to say we need to center medicine on the placebo effect, where for most of modern science, the placebo effect is outside modern medicine. They were saying, no, the placebo effect is a revelation of how the body actually works, right? And if you take the placebo effect seriously, it means nature and notion are combined, right? Because your very thinking about what you're receiving changes how your body acts as much changes the biological structure of your body. Right. All right. Well, that's Hegel. That's all Hegel. Nature and notion are combined. Nature follows the logic of notion. OK. Love is another example of the placebo effect, because in love, you see people in their nature becoming like the notion of their love, and the notion of their love changes their nature. Right. So love then is precisely the weird, because ultimately what this means is that the universe is a monist dialectic. You got dualism and monism. Monism is single substance, okay? Well, what this means is the universe is a monistic dialectic. Like the single substance of the universe in of itself is dialectical, okay? That's extremely weird, but that is what we see in love. And for me, this explains the metaphoric structure of this is the Christian Trinity, because the Trinity is three persons, one essence. You're saying that God is a multiplicity that is one. God is one substance and yet three persons. Okay? Well, what is the Trinity? I always like C.S. Lewis. The Trinity is a dance. The persons of the Trinity are dancing. God is a dance, right? And the metaphor we've used to describe, like what we're describing, has been a dance. You get the meta skills to know how to do the dance. You have two people, nature and notion, and they are dancing, and it creates the whole, which has a magnificent that is precisely possible because the people can never access one another. This is the Hegelian move on Kant. The fact that you cannot access the thing in of itself is because you are creating the thing in your very thinking of it. We see as a case study of this very Hegelian structure in love, in a marriage, in a commitment, in the placebo effect, in the xenobot, if you want to keep going. Like all of these different things show that notion and nature formulate each other as the same thing and yet distinct. In a marriage, the people are one and not the same, and you literally see them transform naturally relative to the notion of that love. So if that is what we mean by love, that deep, profound Trinitarian-esque connection between nature and notion, then we start to make sense of what it means to say that the logic of the universe is love. Because that's what Dante says. That's what like Christians say. That's what that's what like everyone says. Like, you start going through all the traditions, they all say that. Like they all do in different ways. I don't care what you're dealing with. Like, even if you're saying God is utterly transcendent, there's some love there. Like, there's still love because he loves creation. He cares about creation. He's open to creation. You don't have many, maybe Lovecraft. Like, actually, I do think that's why I always end with the choice between Dante and Lovecraft. Like, Lovecraft is actually the cosmetic view of God that's indifferent to us. That would be a true different metaphysical structure. Okay. But Lovecraft has not been very popular in regard to forming religion. So, you know, that could be true. I don't know. But I actually, funny enough, we've been talking a lot about how anxiety is necessary to face fear and commitment and courage and all the development of true philosophy. Like, where there's no possibility of anxiety, there's no possibility of love, there's no possibility of true thought, precisely because the universe could actually be Lovecraft instead of Dante. That means Dante is meaningful because there's an anxiety here. That means this love structure, marriages can suck. But that is a necessary possibility for the magnificent. Improv comedy can suck, but that's a necessary possibility for the magnificence of the improv comedy. If there's no possibility of a Lovecraft structure, then there's no possibility for the magnificence of a universe that follows a Dante to be an overcoming, a courageous overcoming and a facing of fear. A magnificence of which embodies fearlessness, facing anxiety, is greater than a magnificence that doesn't. And so precisely the possibility of Lovecraft therefore amplifies the magnificence that we are describing, because then it becomes a magnificence of courage, of which is structured into the very universe itself that can come out in the two people that love each other. And there we can see why Dante's relation with Beatrice is a manifestation of the love that moves the sun and other stars at the end of the Paradiso.
Well, that was mind-blowing and stuff. So so just as love as this force, this thing that like moves stars and stuff, like as you say, when you explain this way, it makes sense. And it's so then when did we go, well, not wrong, but when did we like forget? If all the religions say it, if Dante said, like, if everyone knew that love was this thing, and like in this dance and this creation, like I don't know why we forgot it like so thoroughly, like nowadays, because you go with someone and I see it in like couples that, for example, are couples and in theory love each other, and they attack one another, right?
Yes.
Like, you didn't do the dishes and you didn't do that, and I'm like, if you truly love the person, you wouldn't attack them. You would be angry, right? Like, you may, like, in a really passionate anger session, you might shout or something, like, of course that's, but to actually like attack what is allegedly the person that you love, your partner, and be like, and see like a little relish in their eyes that they're like, I see, like, okay, that doesn't seem like love. And I think, and as you say, like, when the placebo effect, right? And when you become what your idea of love is, right? As you say, like, you it actually changes you. And I think it makes a lot of sense, because I saw I always notice that the couples had like the worst fights, right? Because they attacked viciously each other, and I was like, you can be angry, you could be sad, you can be hurt, but if you love someone, it's not that won't hurt them, it's that you won't hurt them from out malice, right? You won't hurt them from a place of malice. And it seems at least that it happens like frequently nowadays with people that quote love each other. So I remember something that and my way of fighting this is what with my ex girlfriend I said, like, you and I are a team, right? Like, if we are a team, if you understand and conceptualize you and your partner as a team, it doesn't make sense to fight, right? Because if you're in like in a soccer match and you have your teammate, like, or maybe he screwed up, he didn't hit the ball hard enough, he didn't like, but you, and maybe you're like, oh, you didn't reach the ball in time, but he's still your teammate. You're not going to like hurt him. You're not going to say like, oh, you suck at this game, you should quit. Like, no, he's part of your team, right? You're on the same team and like to the same objective. You of course you will feel frustration, anger, all these emotions, but you won't attack them, right? Because you might attack the other team, like metaphorically speaking, like in a soccer game, but you don't attack your own team the same way. And it's weird because at least hopefully I think we understand it in friendship a little bit more. Like, you don't attack your friend, like you have, if someone speaks ill about a friend of yours, like you defend them, like you're like, what the hell are you talking about? You defend them, like you're a team, you're like a unity, you're a united front against everything external with a friend, and it should be the same with partners. But I think it almost as within a relationship, they are their own teams and they fight against each other, right? And they and the phrase is like they keep score, right? Like, even in the phrase, you can only keep score if you're different teams, right? So it makes sense to so it doesn't make sense. And I think, but I don't know when or why it started, but that's the example you get. And if you, that's what you see in relationships in real life and in movies and everything. So if you don't think about it and you don't reflect about it, what you're going to do is going to be a direct reflection of that. Because what 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 else could you do? You cannot do anything else because you don't know anything else, right? So only in the reflection and thinking like, okay, maybe there's something not quite working here, you can have this understanding and say like, okay, maybe if you love someone, we can be a team. And also, love gets so many other things get like shadowed or say in the name of love. Like, you can be insecure and possessive about your partner but don't really love them, and those are two completely different things, right? And so you're possessive about them and you maybe like them, hopefully, but you may not love them, so that's like a whole different situation. And so I think, yeah, nowadays, as you said, like, love, we knew at some point it was like these forces of the universe, and that's the placebo effect. And with love, the way we conceptualize it changes the way we act. But I think our conceptualizations are so bad nowadays that they are like, we the only thing we can emulate is like these toxic traits, toxic relationship, possessiveness, and it's it's really weird because I remember like in the 100 episode when you talk about the origins of OG Rose, how you say like, right? Like, it always stood out to me the way you said that you, for example, you were in a certain place at a certain time, and Michelle could come, like, she know where she could find you, right? And for me that was really revealing in the sense that most of our actions in love seem intentional. Like, I'm going to get the girl, I'm going to visit her classroom, I'm going to, and and of and of course that's needed, but like at a certain, but our, even our most complete depictions of love nowadays, I think they are really tainted by possessiveness. And I don't think it's like, if I think it can be like a beautiful thing to say like, I want to your heart to be mine and mine to be yours, like that kind of possessiveness I think can be beautiful. But the possessiveness of everything else, of actions or like of it breaks down. It's and it's so ingrained in every form of depiction about love that we see nowadays in books and stuff. Like, there's always this it seems almost inescapable, this type of possessiveness that has ingrained in our idea of love nowadays. And to see like you like the method you just you don't grasp, you just hold, and it makes all the difference. And yeah, I don't know, I I wish that more like stories or books or movies would have like a healthy, and it's also like when people see like a healthy relationship, they say, oh, it's boring. Like, of course it's going to be boring compared to shouting every day and pulling each other. Like, of course it's going to be like more tranquil and more calm than that, right? Like, you're not going to be shouting at each other. You're not going to have like these spikes of emotion, of intense emotion. Like, of course, if that's what you mean, it's going to be like more boring, but maybe more beautiful and more enriching and more. I think thinking of it as boring is like the wrong conception. But yeah, I mean, it's it's so strange. It's so strange because the I would dare to say that most people are in a relationship, but seldom are in love. Sometimes, and sometimes in yeah, and sometimes you can, and also like just as the to let you speak. Also, it's funny because if you love someone, if you truly love them, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be in a relationship with them. And that is, and it's almost like equated right now. Like if you love someone, you must have a relationship, a romantic relationship with them, just like girlfriend, boyfriend, spouse, like everything like that. And I think that's deeply damaging because like you might not be like a good fit for each other. Like you won't function in a relationship, but you can still really love them and love them deeply, right? Like those are not the same things. So yeah, we have a lot of misconceptions, I think, or like of miscommunications about love in everything, in our day-to-day lives, in our fiction, in everything. Yeah.
Excellent. Extraordinary comments. A few things. So it's very interesting. So for me, so first off, I want to know, and then we'll come back to this. The placebo effect doesn't work if you don't believe you're going to get better. Like there is a mental state that causes a placebo effect. Likewise, if you're in a marriage and you're like, I hate this person, then you don't tend to look like them. You don't have that becoming together, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it's like notion and nature. There's like this interesting thing that has to go together where the notion in the marriage, just because you're married, it does not follow that you will thus have this effect occur. There's a kind of love that we're describing, right?
Yeah.
So now that has to be noted. Another thing. So much of our trouble is disordered or wrong timing. You know, Javier Rivera will talk about timing. You know, you can do moves in a dance that need to happen in a dance at the wrong time, and therefore the dance fails, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times, when we talk about love, people are absolutely correct that at some point there is a kind of commitment that needs to occur, but they do it at the wrong time. They actually do it first, as opposed to at the wedding vow. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I don't want them seeing anyone else for the next 10 years. So you possess, but you don't commit. There seems to be a difference between possession and commitment. If you commit to someone, well, then there's a kind of holding, but it's one that costs you. And that seems to be a difference there, right? So for me with Michelle, it was important to have like a phase where if Michelle felt forced to interact with me, there was not a phase to provide a certain sort of set to see, no, the people are coming together and choosing a formulation as notion freely, okay? And there's something here about freedom as well that seems quite profound because the effect of nature to form notion seems contingent on the degree that it is chosen. And the chosenness then means it's more free, which somehow makes it more real. And that might be because freedom is in its very nature a formulation of nature relative to a notion. Freedom is not escaping determinations, it's choosing your determinations, right? So that's the thing, like freedom is inherently a choosing of limits. Well, that means it is a notion choosing a nature and a nature being manifest in a notion. So there's something about freedom that is inherently, like love, a binding of notion and nature. That's what's very strange. We're talking about all these bindings of notion and nature. And now we can start to see why freedom freedom and love seem to always go together somehow. Now, that doesn't mean an arranged marriage can't, because what can happen in an arranged marriage is you can then freely choose to accept and desire the arranged marriage. So we're not talking about simplistic notions of choice, but there's something here going on. I think Hegel's actually, frankly, the philosophy of the right at the beginning gets into this, but I'm biased, of course. So a few things. If then there was a period of time where, you know, Michelle on her own would come, you knew the person was there not because they felt obligated or they were stuck in a relation, but because they wanted to. They were formulating themselves to be there accordingly by their own. There would therefore be reason to think that if there was a commitment, it was a commitment of a freedom as opposed to the cart before the horse, right? And you see what a lot of times will happen in modern dating is there is no thinking of that period of free choice, of which then the problem is if you go too early into the commitment phase, well, then there's always a question mark over the meaning of the commitment. Did I freely choose this? Is this really what I wanted, or was I tricked? You always have to create, in a sense, you always have to create life strategies, if you will, that take care of every phase of everything so that every part of the phase holds all the phases, like the part tailing the whole. You must, in the commitment phase of literally being married, have in that commitment a memory of the free formulation that led to that commitment. Or otherwise, the commitment feels like possession, because it was not a free formulation period. You see what I'm saying? So you always have to remember in a relationship, every phase of the relationship will hold the meaning of all the other phases. So you must design the way you go about each phase in a manner to make sure that it will be held in the future phases. If not, you lose it all, you know, or there can be a pathology or an effacement that develops. But of course, here's the thing. That required a logistical design to make that possible. You had to be at a library. You had to be at a range. And this is where notion requires nature and nature requires notion, right? The reason why for me using the cell phone was problematic because it was too immediate. Like you are immediately in their pocket. They don't have time to on their own conceptually mediate the choice to come to the library. Right? And so you could say, but they have a choice to answer the cell phone or not. No, because there's a different dynamic at play. You always have to remember so much of life is about thinking the dynamics always at play in every single situation. A cell phone is like, well, they know I heard the phone. I could lie about not hearing it because it was in the bathroom. It's not the same. A choice to come to a location without a phone call is a much clearer reading of a free choice than the choice to answer a phone or not. You're always having to think through strategies that have dynamics that will existentially settle with the person in the future. Like we're often too immediate thinking. Like, how do I talk to them now? Not thinking about what will the meaning of me talking to them in the future be relative to what is done now, right? Because the future will always have the past in it. And if there was no period in the relationship for a clear reading of free formulation, then future interactions will always have a question mark over them. So that's what you have to think. You have to think that every moment of the relationship will entail every other moment. And therefore, how do you make sure there's always a phase in the relationship that will be carried in all the other phases? Because the whole is the parts and the parts of the whole. So that's where you're doing the library thing, right? You're thinking about that period. And what ends up happening basically in modern dating is there's no timing. There's no sense of timing. There's no sense of design. There's the simply get or not get. So you don't have a period of conceptual mediation. The reason this is extremely interesting is because that's basically Hegel's structure of history. So you asked the question of how did we lose this notion that love is fundamental to the universe? If you grant me these phrases, although they're very simplistic in general, prehistoric man or medieval or whatever seems to have intuited that the structure of reality had something to do with love, but they had not conceptually mediated it. The problem with intuition, what Hegel teaches us, if we don't conceptually mediate our intuitions, they're prone to being misunderstood, going in a wrong direction, and we not having the tools to stop them. Okay. Also, intuition become power. I could say, well, I intuit the truth of the universe. Nobody can stop me because I know that I'm speaking on God's behalf. And so then what happened in history? There was a development of rationality to fight the shaman, fight the priest who was trying to control everyone with direct speaking of God, right? And then the other problem is without philosophy, if your idea of love, so you intuit that love is somehow fundamental to being, But then you, in your head, start to conflate love with notions of love that are possessive. Without philosophy, you can't stop the slippage. So then, because you can't think through and mediate, oh, it's slipping in the direction of, is possessive love? You can't think it because all you've got is intuition, right? So then you need philosophy to stop that slippage. So this is what you've been doing. You have an intuition that love is somehow fundamental. And all of this has to be, you could even get into Rudolf Steiner. You can get into Owen Barfield, Gesper. This is where you get into all these very interesting notions of the evolution of consciousness itself. Like Rudolf Steiner wants to argue, it's not merely that biology evolves, that consciousness is self-evolves and therefore is capable of different qualia, different phenomena. This is a radical idea, but it's actually possibly not as crazy as it seems, because if we know mantis shrimp can see more of the color spectrum than humans, if we know that dolphins have echolocations, we know that the biological kingdom is full of different ways of experiencing the world. Right? Now, intelligence is not the same as consciousness. Brain is not the same as mind, but boy, howdy, they seem profoundly linked. And it's probably because of nature and notion. Brain is nature, mind is notion, they go together. Intelligence seems to be notion, nature is consciousness. You know, we have to work through all these things. And then, of course, if they're linked, they deconstruct those terms, they sublate them into a higher thing, and it gets all fun. Anyway, if we know that the biological kingdom can devise different ways of experiencing the world, of which would, if they had consciousness, you assume transform their conscious experience, it is not so crazy to suppose that the human Homo sapien over thousands of years could have transformations of what their brain can do that therefore changes their conscious experience. We know this occurred with the information technologies. Definitely do this. You invent the book, you have a different way of thinking than in oral traditions. You invent the internet, the way the brain works is different, and arguably consciousness is different too, because the way you experience the world probably changes. We know that people in the East view context of a picture, then subject, people in the West, subject and context. We know that the way people experience reality varies. We know that in nature, there are different ways to experience, which would arguably, like if your brain interprets reality differently or takes it in, then you probably have different qualia as well. It doesn't seem crazy to suppose that, right? Yeah. So, and that would be the case if nature and notion are linked, right? So, following Steiner, all of these guys who are, I think, important, but because I do think by also, though, a lot of them also investigated mythologies, it becomes easy to view them as woo-woo, okay? But I don't think it has to be woo-woo, okay? Because you can make the argument I just made about different kingdoms and different things, so on and so forth. Okay, so, you know, you have this notion of consciousness developing through time, right, in history and so on and so forth. Well, likewise, what you have is kind of periods where the emphasis was on intuition. So you intuited love that was fundamental, but you didn't have rationality, because that would be like the development of rationality and expertise in rationality is of itself a historic period by which to conceptually mediate the intuition to stop it from slipping into falsity, error, bad definitions of love, or power in terms of that intuition, okay? And this is why Hegel starts phenomenology of spirit going off on the intuitionist, because he's like, this is very bad. If you just intuit a grasp of the whole, but you can't conceptually mediate, then it's kind of meaningless, and you also can't base a society on it. So intuition is dangerous. It's what I call autonomous non-rationality. But then what we have, the response to that was scientific revolution, rationalism, enlightenment, and so on, right? Because we saw the mistakes of mystical thinking, et cetera, so forth. But then what we fell into was autonomous rationality, which is then love is not foundation. The foundation is truth, okay? Truth is foundation. Well, truth now is separated from love, though. Truth is now just truth, not true love. Before, what you had is love, truth in parentheses. It was almost like you had truth in parentheses, love. But since the truth was in parentheses and was not conceptually mediated out of the parentheses to stand, it was then vulnerable when it could not be defended and thus fell off. And now you just have truth. But the truth, of course, is explanation without address, as I like to talk about. So the human becomes a body. The subject, and then reductionism, everything Vervaeke, everyone talks about, right? Okay. Now you are entering a phase with the meaning crisis and the meta crisis where everyone's like, something happened. Something's not right. And what's happening is basically, and it's the Hegelian return. The Hegelian return is interesting because the RE is always in parentheses. A return is never a return. Whenever you, in Hume, when you go back to your home, it's not the same home. When you return to common life, you have been transformed. So when you return to common life, it's a new kind of common life. What we're getting is a kind of return to the intuited love as fundamental to the reality. But instead of the truth being in parentheses like it was back then, now we can conceptually mediate so the truth is outside of the parentheses and it's ergo true love, ergo notion nature, ergo two sides of the same coin, ergo we understand that truth is the formulating principle of love, and love is that of which truth needs to have something to formulate. And that was intuited, I think, in the far past. Then that was critiqued, rightfully so, in the terms of rationality. And now, of course, the Hegelian move is the negation sublation into true love, where the truth is outside the parentheses, because now it has been conceptually mediated. And we must, and conceptual mediation are the meta skills. They are the net skills. Like to do this thing we are describing, you require these skills, right? And it also requires seeing Kant, the Kantian noumenon, as a characteristic of a limiting principle on phenomenon themselves that makes it possible for phenomenon to create themselves in terms of the nature-notion relation, right? So that's why I think we lost it, is because in history, to your question, it was intuited that love was good, but it was not conceptually mediated. Therefore, it could be lost and people not have the realm to defend it, and it could be corrupted. That's when rationality came in. But then rationality was corrupted because everything autonomous effaces. Autonomous non-rationality effaces and self-destructs. I like to say auto-cannibalism. Autonomous rationality auto-cannibalisms. The only entities that do not undergo auto-cannibalism is dialectical. It is bothness in structure. It is onto-dialectical. And that would be the nature-notion relation. The only phenomenon in reality that do not undergo reductionism is that of which you can speak meaningfully about a real form that it is emergently following. If entities like xenobots or people or whatever all entail. Oh, and another way to think about form, the difference here between like stagnant form or whatever, which arguably that's never what Plato thought, but we have to get into that. The form is actively created live in the now. You are actively creating your form. So there is a form, but the form is not independent of your own becoming. So it's a becoming form. So every form is a formulation and it is live. Every form is alive. They're not stable states. The forms are alive. We are not contingent becoming stable. We are stably contingent and creating a stable form for us to follow in our contingency that is beget by that very contingency. Well, this is all the crazy stuff that sounds nuts. And now stuff like the Trinity doesn't sound so crazy, right? Everyone's like, the Trinity, the paradox, it doesn't make any sense. It's totally crazy. What these frick people talking about? Well, I just said something about stable contingency creating forms. The Trinity sounds like nice now. That's so quaint. So freaking quaint. So I think that's how it was lost. Now, again, if you take that all seriously, what's so interesting about this, Dante suggests that you can see the entire logic of the universe in the relationship between Dante and Beatrice. In a true love between two particular people, you can have a glimmer of eternity through the transients. You can learn the logic of everything by paying close attention to the logic of two people in love, right? Yeah. Well, if that is true, then one should organize and arrange their dating life according to Hegel. So, if you're really having trouble on the online, if the online stuff is not working for you, if eHarmony is not going, you just got to pick up the science of logic. It's all going to work out. That's your problem. People are not dating according to the science of logic and different things. But really, if you take seriously the idea that the universe is fundamentally nature notion, well, then you have to think about being in a relationship with someone as the very idea of what you think the relationship is, thus transforms the people in the relationship in conformity with that idea, which then changes the people again to have new ideas, which changes them back and forth, right? If you are aware of that, then you will go into a relationship taking very seriously your ideas. Ideas become matters of life and death. Ideas are not things that you can do if it's a hobby, not something if you're into, oh, I like philosophy, it's kind of cool. No. This is a matter of life and death. If you do not have the correct ideas, then you will formulate yourself according to mistakes. And the problem with mistakes is they don't tend to show up all at once or immediately. They tend to go undercover, underground, and then come back later on. And every mistake must necessarily, to get so embedded, seem as if they're not a mistake. Because if you thought they were a mistake, you would dismiss them. The deadly mistakes must necessarily not seem like a mistake. And this also suggests how the perversion where love seems to both be the most wonderful thing and the most terrible thing. How can you have love and Dante be the logic of the sun and stars and then Lacan? Like, how can you have this? I think the logic of Christianity is very helpful in that Satan is the highest angel fallen. Like, only angels can become demons. Humans cannot become demons because you're not at that higher level, right? Only the best things can become the worst things. But that also means the best things must risk the worst things, right? Yeah. So that is the logic that the universe operates according to. The way I think about it is if you have a really tall glass, that means it can hold more liquid. But also, if you dump out the liquid, there's more emptiness, right? Yeah. So the taller the glass, the more possibility of holding the good, but that also means the more possibility of the loss of the good, right? So love is precisely the source of people's greatest misery and the source of their greatest wonders. God is both that of which gives salvation, and, you know, if we follow some traditions of Christian thought, hell is to experience God when you hate him. So God is both the beatific vision and the source of hell, because God is hell for those of whom hate him or unworthy of him because they're not clothed by the blood of Christ, whatever language you want to use, right? So the best of things is also the worst of things relative to your orientation to it. And what is an orientation but a notion? The experience of nature is relative to your notion. If your notion of God is that God is stupid, then your experience of God's nature is hell. If your notion of God is that God is good, then your experience of God's nature is beauty, right? So the best of things are the worst of things. It applies just as well to love. But here's the thing. Love becomes hell discreetly. Love becomes hell not obviously. If it did, then no one would end up there. The dynamic, the things that corrupt love into destruction must necessarily strike the consciousness at the time as good, as wise, as things we ought to do. History would not have fallen into autonomous rationality and auto-cannibalism if it didn't seem like a good idea at the time. And of course, the problem is all we ever have is at the time. Now, what seems to be occurring now is a gradual realization where the periods in history of which we were allowed to only change at the time, well, that is no longer the time. Because if we screw up now, given the meta crisis or different things like that, the consequences are too dire for a mulligan. One may not buy that. One may, and if you don't buy that, then, but you know, a lot of people don't buy that, but either or, it doesn't matter. It would seem to be that the stakes for screw up are higher and higher and higher. So the ability to get it now, regardless, you know, regardless of going through it, is key. So this is what's weird. We talked earlier about designing experiences, right? We have to design experiences to get us to emotionally and deeply get that we cannot fall into autonomous non-rationality or autonomous rationality without the historic episodes where everything goes to crap. Before then, we have to, like, Ebert and I were, you know, he was talking about bringing the limit forward. Like, once you get to global warming, it's too late. Like, right? You know, everyone will, there is no doubt that everyone will change in their attitudes once the nukes are in the air. But you see, it's too late, right? You know, once there's food shortages and all that, it's too late, right? So how do you bring the limit? How do you bring the limit experience forward? Right? Well, that's what we're talking. That is what we need to. Karate, you were mentioning, going up. All of those seems to be where you brought the limit forward to yourself to make you transform in a manner that you would transform to if the nukes were in the air without the nukes being in the air, right? So that seems to be what we're describing. How do you design experiences that bring the limit forward, to use Mr. Ebert's language, so the transformation could occur without the historic episode? So that seems to be precisely the epoch where you've gone through history, where consciousness is so developed with Steiner and all these, Hegel and all these different things, where it has developed to unveil that we change at the time, But now the next negation sublation is for consciousness to change at its time, as opposed to at the time. For notion to determine the time, not nature. Throughout history, what we've done is we've let nature determine when notion changes. Now we are at the age when notion must decide when nature changes. And that will require a commitment, that will require courage, that will require a willingness, that will require basically a kind of marriage. Because a marriage is a vow and a commitment when you don't know what's going to happen. Notion has to commit to a version and vision of itself as being linked up with nature. Therefore, it has an effect on how nature unfolds, commit itself to that and say, this may not be true, but I'm going to choose for it to be true. And precisely because I choose that, it thus creates the formulation principle that transforms how history unfolds so that history can unfold in terms of notion on nature, not merely notion responding to nature. And that seems to be the challenge of our current historical moment. That would be the negation sublation. That would seem to be what marriage can be a revelation of. That can be what love is a relationship. And the question is simply if we rise to the occasion. And I think that's what we have to decide.
It's don't you feel like a paddling of the new age, that you have like this huge dragon that is all these things and you're like, oh well, we have to defeat him. It's an interesting and anxious time to be alive, because like and when you were saying it clicked for me, because I was like, why do we have all these pathologies, right, that seem so different from all the ones before? We have it's completely different. Like we have peace, relative peace, compared to other periods of humanity. We have, like, at least in terms of war between nation states, but at the same time we have more depression and mental illnesses, and we have like we are alone. So and those things were not issues before. So like the specific issues we have versus the ones we like, and it's all very confusing, because what tools do we have to confront the issues we have? The tools of our past that we have already developed, and our tools are inadequate for the problems at hand. So it's kind of like this perfect mix of storm that can swoop you up your feet and like never let you down again. So when you say it changes things, because it helps you understand the situation. And if you understand the situation, you're like, okay, I can work with it. I can the hurricane like lets you off, and you can feel ground again, and you can like actually like start moving and start doing stuff. And it makes a lot of sense, because as you said, yeah, and it's a really novel and unique problem that we have to have notion influence nature, because as I said, for all our human history, it was the other way around. And the problems we face require that we do the opposite, and it's the first time in human history that we're going to do that. And it's of course one, like as a species, one of the most challenging things maybe we have ever done, because we have not done it before. So no wonder we are all weird and stuff as everyone. No wonder we're all crazy.
Well, there's a few things to this that is really important. So what's very interesting is if we follow Hegel, which I think is a very useful blueprint for that, notion has to lead nature in seeing itself as part of notion, and thus there's a sacrificial way that notion is leading nature. This is what's weird. So like everything I've said is in the realm of notion, right? Like this whole conversation is in the realm of notion. So notion would then lead nature into seeing itself as itself, and then notion would be part of nature. So there's a weird way when we use the language of lead, it's simply lead in the terms of come first, but in that very act, there's a negation sublation where notion and nature are combined. So we go through history. We have examples of societies that thought like you could use magic spells. You know, Steiner will talk about this, where ideas could control nature, right? Like literally nature could be controlled. But then there were also times where like you had to honor nature. You could get into philosophers like Lane Deer with Native Americans and different things. So you have different societies, right, that have different emphases and different leads. The Enlightenment project is basically where the Enlightenment project is so interesting, because it's talking about rationality, observing nature and following nature. Is that rationality dominating nature or honoring nature, right? So what's ended up happening is throughout history, there's always been a sense that these two somehow go together, somehow combine. The key move is we're talking an ontological combination. We are not talking a merely empirical. We're not talking where like everything is ultimately like, here's the thing where you, like in some traditions you say, well, everything is actually consciousness, right? You're saying everything is notion. That's why magic spells work, because everything is consciousness. Or you say, no, everything is nature. Rationality is simply derived by nature to get to the scientific laws. So everything is actually just nature, right? So what we're talking about here is it's like, no, everything is notion / nature. Whenever you never use the word notion and not also talk about nature, and you never use the word nature and never talk about notion. That's why this is so difficult and weird. You are talking about a way of seeing the world that once you see the world right there, it retrospectively changes the meaning of all the thoughts that led you to that point, as if those thoughts never meant what you thought they meant. That's what I call a flip moment. That's the structure of Hegel. That's where Hegel is so difficult, because he's like, at absolute knowing, you just realize what was always already the case. So it was a non-journey. I talk about non-journeys with the NO in parentheses, right? So you went on a journey to arrive where you are. So this is what's weird. All of history then is a non-journey. All of history is a non-journey to arrive at what history always was, which was a dance between nature and notion, and everyone was just kind of groping in the dark to kind of figure it out. And they had to go. This is the other thing. In Hegel, every phase of the phenomenological journey is a necessary failure. Like the failures are not bad, because it's the only way that self-consciousness goes to reason, reason to freaking spirit, spirit to religion, and so on and so forth. The encounter of the limit is only bad if you don't continue. That's the key. Like the fact that history went through these historic episodes where there was an overemphasis on rationality or an overemphasis on non-rationality, we decide today if those were mistakes. We decide today if those are mistakes, because if we can rise to the occasion of having nature and notion be two sides of the same coin, all of that will be the tradition of which gave us the intellectual resources to think that merits today. But you see, this is why you need philosophy, though, because you have to see the good in, say, the actual age, the good in the Enlightenment, if you grant me the phrase good, and bring it to now. You can't do that with intuition. You can't do that with magical thinking. You have to reason through. Like philosophy is the separation of the wheat from the chaff, basically, right? So the only possibility of seeing, you need philosophy to know how nature and notion go together, not simply to say they do. You see? Like what we've done is just said they did. Either from a place of autonomous non-rationality, you say, oh, no, spirit has control. Or you say, no, it's all, or from a place of autonomous rationality. We've asserted, okay? Hegel's whole point is like, even if your assertion is true, if you do not go through the process, it is meaningless because it's not an experience. It's no different than reading a book on how to ride a bike versus riding a bike. That's what we've done. We've asserted there are movements of thought through history that asserted a link between nature and notion, but it was like learning how to read a bike, how to ride a bike by reading about it. Without the philosophical journey that is replicated in all of history, and you can even get to the Steiner stuff, then we never rode the bike. Like we never became subjects of which rode or lived in a universe where nature and notion are two sides of the same coin. We thought about a universe where nature and notion are two sides of the same coin. We read a book on how to ride a bike. Now we are experiencing it. Now you are literally kind of getting the tools to see the placebo effect is real. You're seeing and observing different forms of relationships. You're seeing how diversity affects how people form. Like literally, the way people see the world is impacted by what culture they're born in. That means notion and nature are bound. Like if you literally live in the East and you're more likely to see context before subject, notion affects nature, nature affects notion, right? If you can do the placebo effect, if two people who love each other in that committed way we're describing begin to look like one another or pick up on one another, then the thing is, there is a relation between notion and nature. Lots of traditions that emphasize magic would talk about that, but the problem is it's not a magic spell, it's a gradual becoming through time. I cannot instantly snap my finger and look like my wife. I cannot snap my finger and make the placebo effect occur. There is a condition, that's why I emphasize conditionalism. There are conditions that have to be met so that nature unfolds according to that notion. And this is why the problem is it's always been tempting in human history to treat notion as if it's not conditioned by nature. I can do a magic spell, right? What we're saying here is no, you must in physical matter reality set up the conditions where you literally believe that sugar cube is medicine. There are conditions that have to be met for the placebo effect to work. If the conditions are not met, the notion doesn't transform nature. right? So this is where this is the new thought. I guess if I were to say this is the new thought, to clarify it more, is the fact that there is a connection between nature and notion, but it's conditional. It is not where but that means it's like a dance. And notion cannot look at nature and say, hey, nature, we're bound together. So I'm going to say this magic spell and bam, bam. Bam. You can't do that. No, it's more like notion always has to be a gentleman. And nature always has to be a gentleman. People will talk about God being a gentleman in Christianity. So notion says, it's almost like notion walks up to nature and it's like, hey, I'd like to dance. You up for it? And nature's like, I haven't learned the steps yet. And notion's like, well, let me teach you the steps. Okay. And nature's like, no, that's a stupid step. And they correct one another. It's like, all right, now that we've learned how to do this, let's go. And then the dance can occur where the magnificence of the relation between notion and nature come out. But that's a very different between an instantaneous thing. And the problem is all of the traditions that talk about notion and nature being linked seem to be these kind of instantaneous magic spell kind of stuff, right? And I'm not even necessarily critiquing. I mean, you'd have to even go into all of that, right? I mean, the universe is a crazy place. But I think the only way we thought about things is like a relation between nature and notion is like magic. But what we are describing is a conditioning relationship, of which is more like notion is a gentleman to nature and nature is a gentleman to notion. And again, if that sounds crazy, remember, if you follow a biological kind of evolutionary Big Bang worldview, you believe the universe gave rise to notion. That means in nature comes notion. Well, is it so crazy to think that notion is linked to nature, right? We know that what you think changes your brain chemistry. Like that's another example. Like literally what you think creates neurons. Okay, so notion creates nature. Oh, but then what you can think in your notion is relative to what your brain. If I blow up parts of your brain, that affects your notion, right? Okay, nature affects notion. Like you got all the Oliver Sacks books. The man, the what was mistook his wife as a hat or whatever, right? If I poke a certain part of your brain, stuff goes nuts, right? But then, of course, there's evidence that shows I can shut down parts of your brains and you can still use them anyway. So then it gets all crazy, right? Regardless, the details, you see right there connection between notion and nature. Right there. Yeah. And so Levin is seeing it in the form of the xenobot. We see it in the form of the brain's relation to mind. We see it in marriage. We see it in the placebo effect. And also it starts to make sense of all the phenomenon in history that are kind of weird. Like with any of the different stuff that we see where it's like consciousness is able to do things that we don't find in nature and that affects how nature unfolds. You can get into quantum mechanics if you want with the observer effect or all these different things. Like all of this functions as case studies of a connection between nature and notion, right? And so then the question is the following, because if indeed this is a historical moment where this challenge is now, it seems to me that getting this is all experiential. It is not something that is like you design a better way to vote in democracy or something that's going to do it. So then there's an experience. But here's the thing. If you could figure out what those experiences are, design them, and then have people undergo them, it absolutely has massive socioeconomic consequences. So for example, if indeed nature and notion are connected, then value is just as important as price. And, I'll talk about the dialectic between creativity and energy, right? So you can no longer talk about value as being irrelevant and all that matters is price, right? Because price and value are two sides of the same monistic dialectical coin, right? Value is meaningless without price, but price is only meaningful with value. Therefore, you have an economic system that has to center on questions of value. Value is inherently metaphysical. That's only a problem, though, if you think notion doesn't exist or it doesn't matter, it can be reduced to nature, right? But what you see in economics is a notion-nation relationship. The very relation between value and price screams a dialectic of notion and nature, right? All right, well, education. If there's a relation between notion and nature, then the very way that children think impacts the way they experience education. So you sure as heck better make sure they're intrinsically motivated, right? You sure as heck better motivation suddenly becomes paramount because motivation is the nature that affects the notions that people think. What you are motivated to do is what you think, and what you think impacts what you're motivated to do, on and on and on. So suddenly the question of how to cultivate intrinsic motivation becomes paramount because nature and notion inform one another. And literally, if you have a society of people that are not motivated to do anything, then they have notions that are impact how they formulate in nature, and the way that nature formulates will probably be boring and deconstructed and things like that. And arguably that would also lead to things. I would posit without any evidence that the fate of mental health and motivation are incredibly tied together. I do not want to say that every instance of mental illness is a result of a motivation. There's traumas, all sorts of different things. But a lot of, I think, depression, hopelessness, the illnesses is tied to the question of motivation. And feeling like when you get up in the morning, there's something to do. A lot of people call that meaning, right? That's a term for it, Vervaeke's meaning crisis. I like to emphasize motivation, but I have nothing against meaning because meaning matters as well, right? But what are we doing? Because also the next one I want to talk about is how you would bring in Web 3.0. If you take Web 3.0 seriously and the needing for a new pricing mechanism for digital assets, exactly what Anthony is saying. Well, all of that follows as being valid if nature and notion are combined, because you need a pricing mechanism that is able to distribute and locate value before it is priced, because in online digital assets, you have the problem of valuing things other than an advertising model, and the advertising model feeds the algorithms and Google takes over. So then the issue of pricing digital assets outside of a advertisement model becomes paramount, just like Anthony at Intrinsic Research Co. will go through. Also, we've already talked about it. If nature and notion are linked together, then the way that you date, go on in relationships, and think about love transforms, right? All of this, because one's ontology is the standard which organizes their practicality. And so your ontological metaphysical foundation, according to which you think the universe operates, determines what you think is fitting for you to do in that very universe. And so if it is indeed the case that the universe is a place where notion and nature are profoundly linked in this very consequential manner, then the way you live changes. And so philosophy does have a practical impact because it is the lens by which through which you see the world.
It's I don't know. When all this, I'm thinking like Neo's in the Matrix, like this makes sense, and like all things fall into place because, like, for example, and it kind of makes sense that in this time of that so advanced scientific reasoning that we have like a resurgence of like new spirituality type stuff, like law of attraction and everything like that. Because if you think about it, like law of attraction, it's kind of like a dig towards the scientific understanding of nature and notion. Like if science is just like pure nature in a way, and the people that believe in the law of attraction is like, no, like notion can affect nature, no? But they go all the way around. Like if you think hard enough, like I don't know, money will appear in your, like, okay, that's too far into notion, right? Like that you have to regulate. But it makes sense that we have this type of thinking returning, because it's kind of like the opposite, right? It's the fact that no, what you're saying it's not true. We have to bring notion back, and we have all these social phenomena taking happening today because of this particular thing, and I find that really interesting because I really like when you said magic and spells. Like the idea of magic for me, it was always like really enchanting when you read a book and you see that there's magic, and I couldn't explain why, but now that I heard you speak of it, it makes sense, because if in magic you could say there's like there's this dance between nature and notion, right? Because like you want to make magic, so the notion proposes the dance, but like you don't just ignore nature, right? So there's like it's like the co-creation of something beautiful, like when you cast a spell, when you have to. So I think that's a really cool thing to conceptualize in that sense. And it's and as you said, it has like really powerful and really impactful consequences, because I shared with you once a paper on Buddhist economics, and they are really interesting because the way they value everything, it's completely different in the economic value. Because for example, in our traditional system, you see like, oh, we have to like the amount of stuff you produce is like imports versus exports, and you're like, and I really like this idea was like in Buddhist economics is like, if you, it's about the enjoyment. So if you have the same enjoyment with less stuff, that's better, right? So you will actually incentivize to produce a lot of stuff, right? So it actually is like, of course, like if you change your values, your perception, your notion, obviously like the nature, the physical reality that we build and experience will also change. There's like and it's it seems like really obvious in that sense, because if you thought of Buddhist economics, that you would see like, oh, like our whole understanding of economics would drastically change, and therefore nature, and obviously this dialectic relation. And and you said like you said about motivation, and I find that really int because I also like motivation is a particular like interest of mine also, because I we could if I want to do stuff, like where does that like motivation came from? And it's weird because and it was like a question, because you have school and you have work and you and it's weird. I think you can do stuff without feeling motivation, which is weird, right? Because but so motivation, it's kind of like a really key thing. And also, as you said, I couldn't know how to name it, but sometimes I speak with some classmates, and you can see that there's, I don't know, like there's no spark in their eyes, in the sense that there's no motivation, right? Like they just go home and watch Netflix and eat and are on Instagram. And those things, there is nothing inherently wrong with those things. It's not like a moralistic thing. Imagine if they had like spark in their eyes. I'm going to go to my and while I'm watching Instagram, right? I'm going to watch a movie. Like that's awesome. Like the activity itself, it's not the problem. It's that, as you said, it seems that we have manufactured a society that kills our motivation, right? It absolutely destroys it by every possible way, in every possible direction. And that really sucks, because since like in school they impose you stuff, so you don't have time for like the feeling to come for you to want to actually do the stuff, right? If maybe you would have wanted to pick up the history book, but they gave it to you and you have to read, and you absolutely kill the opportunity to have that motivation go through. And jobs and everything. And for example, in capitalism, you always have to be working, and so you don't have the space to reflect. So you're working. If you're not working, you feel guilty. So there's like not even like a mental state and space for you can say like, when you can slow down and say like, okay, like I don't want to do anything right now. I just want to sit and look at the clouds, and that's perfectly fine, right? Like I just want to sit for a moment and look at the clouds. And then maybe you feel like, oh, I want to write this thing, or I want an ice cream, or I want to talk with this person, or so. There's this way that the motivation happens, and I think precisely is because we have like removed all the meaningful experiences in our life. Because for example, um I believe it was common like in a long time ago, like in more like in more like tribal communities, that for example, I think at least man had like an initiation, like when they were around 13 or something, they went through this initiation, and that was they went from boy to man, right? That there was like a really clear distinction, this clear ritual. We don't have that nowadays, right? So we don't have this. And that's a specific example, but all these rituals, these things that allowed us to become a specific way, we don't have those anymore. And instead we have like this repression. We have school and we have homework and 2 hours of homework, so you don't even have time to play outside when you're a kid, right? So like, at what point can you become, when there's no space for it, when there's no space nor time, no anything? And I think that's one of the greatest tragedies nowadays, because we have these beautiful things. We have vaccines, we have modern medicine, we have internet, and those are like truly amazing wonders that would seem like magic 1,000 years ago, right?
Exactly.
But we sacrificed so much along the way, right? Because I see, and it's weird because I see little boys and little girls that have like 30 years old, or like 40 years old. I see like children that have like 30 years, but I don't see adults, right? Because they didn't have the ability to go through that process and mature themselves, and mature in the sense that in all the the ways of the world worth like maturing in themselves, in their feelings, in their way to reason through life. Because I see people, I'm not going to I'm not going to say who, but I have a relative, right? And he or she is 40 years old, and he or she was in a relationship, and the way the relationship ended seemed as if it was like a 16-year-old like fight, because they just were too proud and miscommunicated and it all ended. And I'm like, it makes sense if you're 16 and your experiences and you don't know how to control, but you're 40 years old. Allegedly, you had enough time to experience stuff that would allow you to manage your pride, to manage your emotions, and communicate effectively with someone you love, right? Or like, or appreciate, or have affection for. And I think that doesn't happen nowadays, because we simply removed all the traditions, all the rituals, all the possible experiences that could grant us that becoming. And then and it's really really sad, and also really frightening, in the sense that in the new generations we can provide these experiences, so they have a more full becoming, and they have like a more mature, more complete versions of themselves. But at what point is it too late, in the sense that notion can be more flexible but nature cannot, in the sense that I believe I heard a case that there was a girl that they locked in a room or something, so they didn't teach language, and so she grew up without having language. And then when she was of a maybe like a teenager, they tried to teach her, but she couldn't really, like, she could learn some words, but it's not the same, right? It's not the same development. It seems that nature and notion is really intertwined, especially when
Yes.
you're like young, because everything is developing, like the notion and the nature. They So if you don't get, or if you don't let someone experience something at a specific time, do you think that maybe, not that they are like doomed forever in a sort of way, but maybe they don't have the ability to have like a becoming? And I think of it in the way that my my mom, she has a clothing store, and she works in what they would call like a pueblo, like a small town. And she is a comadre. She's the godmother of someone in the mercado. They don't have really translations for that, like the market, but not kind of like the market. I've seen the ones in TVS. It's like different, like the market here in Mexico. You're like stands, little stands, and you sell fruit and stuff, and like that. And they have, so like this pueblo, it's called Puente de Ixla. And the city where I used to live, it's called Cuernavaca. It's like a 40-minute drive away. It's 40 minutes away. And they these women, because they are like women, the ones that operate the little stands of food and vegetables and stuff, they go to Cuernavaca to buy the fruits and the vegetables and stuff, and they come back to it. So you would think like, okay, they know how to go to Cuernavaca, right? And so what, for a medical reason, they had to come to Cuernavaca to see a specific doctor and stuff. And they asked my mom if she wanted to, like, if she could accompany them. She has done so several times. And it was interesting, because my mom said like, oh, I cannot this day, but I'm sure like you have already done the the journey. You know how to do it. But they said, no, we'll wait until you can make the journey with us. And I'm like, okay. And no, and you see that they were, and it's really weird, because you could see that the cognition and the conceptualization, it's widely different, not within like cultures, but within the same country and the same people. And your neighbor could have, your neighbor that allegedly like lives in the same physical space as you, in proximity, has such a widely different view and cognition of the world. Because my mom, I don't know if before or after the doctor took them, like we'll go for some ice cream and stuff. And one of the daughters of the woman that went asked like, are we still in Cuernavaca? And so like in her mind, like Cuernavaca was like this specific place, this specific mercado that she went to buy like all these other things, like those were not Cuernavaca. So you could see like from like a simplistic perspective, like how you conceptualize like geography, right? And a city. If you've never seen a map, how would you for example, right? Like, so how do you explain geography and stuff? So, but you can see that the for these in these persons in specific, like their whole conceptualization and view of the world, it's rather limited in the sense that they can only experience their physical proximity, right? Like their whole world is like their house, the mercado, and that's like the whole extent of what the nature that the physical reality offers, and all that affects the notion that they can experience because of the nature side of it. So I don't know if, like, of course, if you teach a child like these wonders, like I'm sure like notion nature, like that's she has the opportunity to develop and become in these specific ways. But if someone is like older, I don't know if that's still possible. I would very much wish that it was so, but I don't know what you think if there's a limit. Yeah.
Excellent. It was all really, really, really good. If notion has to honor nature, then there are limits that nature can place on notion in the same way that there are limits that notion can place on nature. So this is one of the reasons why. So for example, Charles Taylor would say we no longer have an enchanted age. One of the problems with modernity, it's a disenchanted age. We don't believe in quote unquote magic, right?
Yeah.
And what's very interesting is you have all these thinkers that are like, well, technology is basically magic. And you're like, no, it isn't. Yeah, but they're like, no, yes, it is. You know, AI is magic. We don't know how it works. It just works. And now people are like, emergentism is magic. The word magic is always interesting because it's like the word spirit. It seems to be pointing to a reality where like, yeah, that's talking about something. But what is it talking about? And it's really mysterious. Kind of like love. And the reason love is mysterious is because it's talking about this, it's talking to this nature notion relation, and that's really weird, right? So what's interesting to think is that precisely because we've got this sort of bias against the word magic, where we associate magic with alchemy, that therefore any talk of magic is automatically outdated and past. And yet, boy, howdy, do people love Ghibli films. Boy, howdy, do people love enchantment. They're like, there's this subconscious hunger for magic while also knowing that you're not allowed to talk about magic, right? In the same way that the culture has made it taboo. It's basically, the moment I start talking about notion and nature link, they're like, oh my gosh, it's the secret guy. He's talking about the laws of attraction and all that crap. Oh no. And so there's this kind of like nervousness. But of course, as we've been talking a lot about Lacan and different things, it is at the point where anxiety develops that the new thought can emerge. If you don't go into the anxiety, then the game is over, basically. And if you think about it, the relationship between notion and nature almost has to be inherently an anxious one, precisely because there's this strange question: at what point does nature limit notion? At what point does notion unbound nature? Like, if you think about it, the Manhattan Project is notion unleashing nature. We figured out how to open up an atom and we unleash nature. So that's kind of terrifying that we can unleash nature, right? In a way that causes an atom explosion. In the same way that it's terrifying that if you were born in a room, you could even think, I guess, that thought experiment, Mary's room or whatever. Like if you're born in a room where you never get language, you get to a point where you can't learn language, right? So there's a point in which like nature is kind of unbound in its a way to consume notion, right? And the notion has to think within those bounds of nature. This complicated dynamic relationship between the two is one of the reasons why classical thinking about magic is inadequate. And one of the main factors for it, the problem is we don't think there's magic if it's not instantaneous. It's a bias of speed. So if I say to you, Emilio, I can make that cup on that table go to the cabinet. You would not think it's magic unless I can point at it and move it, right?
Yeah.
If I get up, pick up the cup and put it in the cabinet, we would say that's not magic.
Yeah, exactly.
But is that not a bias? Is that not a kind of presupposition where you are assuming that if magic has to operate through a physical body, through time and with time, that it is therefore not magic? Is there not an assumption that the only real magic is an unlimited magic? But what have we been saying the entire time? That the very limit of the noumenon in Kant is precisely what makes possible the creative unfolding of the relation between nature and notion. The only kind of magic is possible is a limited magic. Is a magic that has to operate slowly through time with the physical body. Now, this is what's interesting. If you literally, that sounds crazy, but if you literally are talking about a quantum mechanic freaking observer effect, where the way that you observe reality changes how the wave function collapses. That sounds like magic to me, but it sounds like a contingent magic. It sounds like a limited magic.
Yeah.
The issue is the word magic is trying to capture the reality of nature notion, but the word magic is kind of inadequate because it has been so captured by a biased form of magic, of which is unlimited and instantaneous, right?
Yeah.
The placebo effect is basically magic, but it's not instantaneous. Yeah. So we don't call it magic. And also you can empirically observe it working. Therefore, we don't think it's magic. We have a bias to say it's not magic if you can observe it working. Like we think a magic trick, like a magic trick is something that if you see how the magic trick works, the magic goes away, right? What we're saying is that you could see how the magic trick works and it stays magic.
Yeah.
That's the change. The real magic is one that is the mechanism of its operation. Whereas we've been trained to associate magic with when you don't know how it works, right? Because if you know how it works, then it's no longer magic. If nature and notion are linked together, then the learning of how the magic trick works is in of itself the magic. The trick is the magic. The me picking up the cup off the table and putting it in the cabinet, the trick, that's how the magic trick works. That's how I get the cup into the cabinet. That trick is the magic, because you're able to use your mind to make your body move, pick up the cup and make it go. You can have a metaphysical reality and make a physical consequence occur. Sounds like magic to me, but it sounds like a magic in which trick and magic are two sides of the same coin. The mechanism of the magic trick is the magic. We have a bias to think that the mechanism destroys the magic. That's the bias. If you know how the magic trick works, then it's not magic. What we are saying here is reality is a place where the mechanism itself is magic. The very mechanism by which the universe operates is the linkage of notion and nature. That is the mechanism, and that in of itself is quote unquote magic, because it is something of which, because what is magic? Magic is where you are kind of like, the way, what comes to mind is you're not bound by reality. You can do things you otherwise could not do. That's magic, right? If nature and notion are linked, you can change the limits of reality. So that's magic. Like if nature and notion, like literally how you think, you can turn reality from a place where the cup is on the table to a place where the cup is in the cabinet. You've changed reality. You know, reality is no longer what it was. Now it's something different. You changed it. It's a magic trick. You made a card disappear, basically, right? When cards disappear in a deck of cards, there is a mechanism. It's not literally disappearing, but the effect is magical because you don't know the mechanism. We are not mystified by the mechanism of getting the cup into the cabinet. Therefore, it doesn't come across to us as magic. But if we literally got that the ontological structure of reality was a linkage of nature and notion, the mechanism would mystify us again. And that lack of the mystification, that lack of the marvel of the magnificence of how this thing is working, like the improv comedy show, it just has an effect. The loss of that means you lose enchantment. When you lose enchantment, you lose meaning. When you lose meaning, you don't have motivation. Motivation is fascinating precisely because it is where nature and notion must come together. You can't create motivation out in a vacuum. Motivation has to come in your relation to something in the world. But you are motivated by that thing because of how you think about it. A book does not motivate you to write a book unless you think about the book as an invitation to write a book. The nature of the experience of a book, if notionally interpreted a certain way, can change you and your nature to suddenly experiencing yourself as waking up in the morning with the motivation to do something, where your day now has direction. That is a notion-nature relation. The frickin' motivation itself screams of the notional nature relation, and it's kind of magical because you literally change the world. You suddenly turn the world from a place where you have nothing to do to a place where you have something to do. You make a card disappear. You make a card appear out of thin air, right? There's no motivation and then there is, right? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? It's like freaking Levin talking about a free lunch. Where does the like form come from for the Xenobot to formulate it? He calls it a free lunch. It's like, it just comes from the laws of freaking logic from somewhere. We don't know where it freaking comes from. Okay, well, motivation just seems to come from nowhere. It seems to come from the very dialectical relationship between nature and notion that is in the heart of all things, and everything can have motivation because everything is ontologically composed of that dialectical structure. And motivation, when you go from novative motivation to motivation, that is a magic trick. That is but that move is that magic is embedded in the very mechanism of the ontology of notion, nature, relation, right? And so, boom, you just have to make a clearing so that it can come forth, right? And that gets into the meta skills and all the stuff to make the clearing so that it can come forth. So basically, we don't think about any of this as magic, though, because we're caught in the historic episode that interpreted magic in terms of not limited, instantaneous, and not using physical processes. What we are saying is that that is a presupposition of what makes magic magic that we need to leave behind and then bring an enchantment to all of reality. Now, look, there's people doing that in complexity theory, Bob, all the different with emergentism, trying to talk about magic. But we need to see, here's the thing. If your understanding of the elegance of the universe comes from the magnificence of, say, the stars of the Milky Way or something, that's great. I want you to see magic and you making a cup go from the table to the cabinet because now it's in your daily life. You must see your daily life as this carrying out of enchantment. If enchantment is out there in the Milky Way and the universe is conscious or something like that, you're still bored. You must be mystified. You must be, and look, if we go to the phenomenologists, all of these people like Buddhists, they're all like the Simone Weil attention. All of them are screaming about, can you be mystified by what you're looking at? Can you be mystified by what you're looking at? If you can gain that intrinsic motivation. If you can really, really see notion and nature in operation, in the act of moving a cup from the table to the cabinet, you will then have an entirely different life. And the skill of attention from Simone Weil, which is a great, she really talks about that, and not bringing the presuppositions of what magic is from an ancient time that keeps you from seeing enchantment now in the immediate. If you can leave all of that behind and actually see the limitations of magic as the possibility of magic, then life can be enchanted again. You will no longer need the enchantment from the sociological givens like Charles Taylor talks about in The Secular Age. You yourself in your phenomenological experience in terms of the Hegelian structure that we are talking about can actually see the act of moving a cup to the cabinet as a magical act because the magic is the mechanism. The mechanism does not destroy the magic. The mechanism of the magic trick is the revelation of the magic. And that is the change of thinking that then can create a different disposition to motivation. You also talked about like the couples kind of blowing up. Basically, I think maturity is not a matter of age. It is a matter of conceptual mediation. No. Maturity is not something you automatically gain because you have white hair. It is because you've gone through the process of maturing and thinking through yourself and coming to terms with yourself as a subject. In the past, maturity could be more external because you had to go get water from the river because you didn't have a water. So the environment would bring with it certain challenges that would make you not be so petty, perhaps, because you're just trying to survive. And you had rituals. You are now in an age where basically maturing is going to have to be primarily notional to nature. Changing nature just changes notion and back and forth in the negation sublation. So at this particular historic epoch, it would seem that what we need in order to mature as humanity is precisely thinking that views the mechanism of moving a glass from a table to a cabinet as enchanted. That view of the world, that view of enchantment, the mature person is someone enchanted. This is the age where maturity is being enchanted. If you are not enchanted, you are not mature. We have gone through a phase where being mature is disenchantment. And there was an age where being mature or the shaman or the wise man was being enchanted by nature. What we are seeing now is an age where you could say the disenchanted with the DIS in parentheses. This is the age where you have to see in the ordinary enchantment. You need to see in the operation of a cup going from the table to the cabinet the operations of magic. You need to see enchantment in that very act. The ability to see that, to have the eyes, to see, to have that level of attention to how the universe unfolding is the act of a mature person in this particular historic epoch. And to take it to the next level, you must learn that with the objects, and then you will be in the place where you may do it with people. Can you give people the attention to see the operations of this magic as so described occurring in the very subject that is trying to come in terms with its own limitations, own incompletenesses, in a manner that sees those limited incompletenesses as an invitation for creative possibility and further enchantment and further unfolding of magic according to formulations that otherwise would not be possible if there was not those limits. Relating to people in a manner that brings forth that possibility, that enchantment, is to clear aside Heideggerian, all of our notions of what things have been and should be, and instead to let things be, because we have learned the meta skills, we have learned the net skills to so engage in that clearing, so that when two or more are gathered, God may shine forth, if you grant that term, so that you may have the enchantment come forth. In the ability to do that, the ability to engage in that is then to engage in that very dance that describes the Trinity, the dance that Dante is pointing into. And in that example, the relationship between people can mirror the relationship between the universe. The whole can be the parts, and the love that moves the sun and stars can be the love that moves people together in a conversation.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. As you can see, I'm clearly enchanted right now. So yeah, and it makes a lot of sense because and I think, well, I hope that most people have at least had that sense of enchantment, and some, like, for falling in love is like kind of like an easy way to feel the enchantment. And I think, for example, some places are easier to feel that enchantment in. For example, in Tasco, I wrote. I actually, it's funny that the coincidence that the title was "I want you to feel magic when you read it." So that, like, even in the title, I wrote it because when I was in Tasco, as like as a town, a quaint town here in Mexico, I felt that magic when I was walking in the streets, right? And for me, it was so distinct because I hadn't felt that anywhere else in any other city. I hadn't felt that type of magic, of enchantment, right? So when you feel it, it jumps out of you, it goes to you, and you feel like, and of course you're drawn to it because it's almost like breathing, like this enchantment and this magic, this, as you said, like it it's indistinguishable, it's unseparable of life, because if you don't have these things, like, you don't have a reason to wake up in the morning, right? So it's so incredibly linked. And the example of the cup was really moving because, yes, it's like, if you see magic in everyday life, it changes everything, right? Because it changes, obviously, the notion, and it actually changes the nature. So it's the same thing. And you mentioned that first you are enchanted by things and then by people. I don't know, I find it easier the other way around, because people are so, like, infinitely complex and beautiful stuff, and you can, I don't know, you can see into someone's eyes, and you're seeing nature and ocean at the same time, right? Because, like, of course, nature, because of the physical body they have and their eyes, but when you, the common phrase that the eyes are the window to the soul, like, you see so much notion concentrated in that being, that in that person, and it's really wonderful, really enchanting in that way. And in a way, we have, well, we don't have to, but, like, it makes sense that it's almost as being a magician or a shaman in other ages was a different thing, had a different connotation. But it's almost as if if we become magicians today, we have this upper hand with dealing with the problems of daily life. We are magicians. We literally can see the difference between nature and ocean and how they relate, and we have this feel, this magic and this enchantment and this awe and wonder, and it starts to make sense, right? Like, how they fit together and how they work, and, like, and how do you combat a meaning crisis, right? With becoming a magician, kind of, right? So that's, like, the powerful thing that you can do. And yeah, so growing up is becoming a magician nowadays, and it's hard because it's because I think it depends on the time and space, which has more power, if notion of or nature. Because you could say that in some ways, in some aspects, like, nature holds, like, a really firm grasp. And so in the sense that, like, like, if we say that nowadays growing up and maturing is becoming a magician, you can only ever become a magician, right, if if you live certain experiences, if the nature of your experience
Yes.
allows it, right? So it becomes not a I went to say kitchen, but it's not kitchen. A chicken and an egg problem.
Yeah.
No, but so it becomes it's weird. So because I'm not. I used to like determinism for me was like really it really kind of destroyed my mind because of the implication it had and stuff, and then like I actually but and so it's kind of the because there's like nature exists, right? And like there are people that say like only nature exists, like like a mechanistic universe, and there's like other people that say like no, only notion. If you think about it hard enough, it will happen. So like of course those are the extremes, and there's like the middle point. But how in the middle is the point? Is it like closer to nature or is it closer to notion?
There you go.
It and because it it also really changes because, for example, for me to be having this beautiful talk, I would have to have happen the conditions that have happened to me materially, right? To live in Mexico, to have like access to like a private schools where I could learn English, like all these material nature things
Yes.
had to happen for me to develop this notion. So it's it becomes apparently that well not apparent, but it becomes that when you have these positions, when you have like this nature, and it by whatever reason becomes that it's also interesting because even if we understand the nature and ocean relationship, like why things happen, it's also like it's still a mystery. Like why was I born in Mexico and not in like in China and stuff? Like why specific things still happen? It's like kind of a mystery. But if by whatever reason, like specific material conditions meet in a specific way that gives the possibility of a certain notion to appear, then that's really precious because it's almost like the perfect storm of situations of conditions happen for this thing, this notion, this magic, this notion that those magic to exist. And then, as you said, like that notion, if it's trained enough, if it's aware enough, can then impact nature again and hopefully create more notion, right? So it creates more notion, and it expands the capabilities and wonder and enchantment in the world. So I think when to it's to create, because if we say like a society would be better if like people were more enchanted and stuff, right? Like then we would have to go into it's funny because we have to go into nature, not notion, into nature to change the conditions that allow that to happen. And I think that's I think what one of the main, well, not the one of the most interesting problems, let's say, to resolve in nowadays, because I always think when, for example, I'm in school right now, and I I need, and I know I need money to exist and stuff like the not to continue the notion and stuff. For me, it's always like, how do you change the material conditions of people so that in those changed conditions they have more of a possibility to develop like an enchanted notion, if we use those words, right? So for me that's like the most interesting of problems or situations or things to come to nowadays. And I think that's like a really and you can go about it like both ways, because you can like make a school, and that school, like of course you need like the material things like the building and stuff, but it's more linked to like the notion side, and you can like go through it at that direction. Or you could say like, I'm going to develop a technology that gives like free food to everyone, and that's like you can like approach it with either of those avenues. But I think that, yeah, for me that problem is really beautiful, because going back to the conditions of material, and nothing seems more meaningful to me, at least, than to aspire to do this, because it's almost like integral to the experience we have as humans and as nature reality itself, that we invite nature, if we mold nature to change the material conditions, so we have a more enchanted notion. And I think that's, and it is very, very beautiful, because now, if now that I have this idea, the ideas are lenses, if you will. It becomes more probable that because the notion changed, that the impact on the nature will be more concrete and specific and purposeful. So I think that's really, really cool. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So there's a few things. I should note that basically what Wolfgang Smith argues, so you have the measurement problem in quantum mechanics, which is the understand how quantums operate, you need a measurement mechanism that is not located on the quantum realm, which then is a problem, because if you're following a reductionist world of the view, the greatest reality is the smallest parts, but you can only understand the smallest parts with something that is composed of the smallest parts, and that's a measurement problem, and this has led to all of the string theory, multiverse, all of this different stuff, basically. And Wolfgang Smith is like, it might just be easier to assume that the measurement rod is as real as the quantum, which basically is an anti-reductionist view of the world. Because if you do that, well, then there's no problem. Like, it's not like, it just, all it means is reductionism is false. That would be the most clean, simple solution, right? Otherwise, you have to still positing multiverse and all that other stuff. And that doesn't seem very clean to me. Now, it's great for DC Comics, I guess, because they can always have Superman Ultra come into the new universe, but hard to say. So that's his argument. And so, but here's the thing. If all levels of reality are equally real, then notion and nature are equally real. You see, that's what ends up happening. You see, to solve the measurement problem, you have to posit equal reality of all levels of reality. Well, that means notion has reality like nature. But here's the thing. Notion does not act like nature. I can think of a pink rabbit, even if I've never seen a pink rabbit, right? I can see a spaceship, even if spaceships don't exist. I can imagine myself with wings. So notion is not limited by what Hegel calls the determinations of nature. And yet that unlimitedness of notion has to be ontologically as equally real as the nature of which is determined to solve the measurement problem. Okay. So something of which is able to posit unlimitedly, basically, because you can dream, that goes back to the dreaming thing. Something that is, in Alexander Bard in Along have their vector theory, which is lovely for kind of understanding that, where they see the way that mind operates is different from how chemistry operates, how biology operates, physics. Each one of them, like chemical combustion describes the vector of chemistry, but we really can't describe biology by combustion. And yet chemistry gives rise to biology. And once it gives rise to biology, biology acts in a way that is different from how chemistry acts, right? It's not reducible. And it's a very useful theory in that way. Well, basically, Wolfgang Smith comes out and is like, well, yeah, every level of the vector is equally real. And, so mind is as equally real as biology. But this is what's strange. How is it that mind is acting back upon biology, though? Well, I'm able to imagine a spaceship. I make Star Trek, which inspires a scientist to actually make a spaceship, and we go to Mars. So because I was unbound, I was able to think of something that was through time worked into the nature of determinations, right? Through that process. Time is the limit of magic. Time is the limit of magic that makes magic possible. Without that limit, there is no magic. In the same way that if there is no noumenon, there is no nature-notion connection, right? You need Kant to have Hegel in a very funny way. The very fact that magic is limited by time, which means it is limited by the working through and becoming of determinations. A spaceship in the year 2100 will be composed of the determinations right now that keep us from having the spaceship. Do you see? Like, mind changes the determinations of the present through time into different determinations. Because then when you're on a spaceship, you can look around and like, yeah, I'm on a spaceship, but I'm not on Pluto. Like, you're just going to move the bar of what constitutes imagination. You see what I'm saying? Like, what to us now, a spaceship is a dream. Like, flying was once a dream, right? That would be magic. Today, it's not magic at all, because we're making the mistake of thinking that if you know the mechanism, there's no magic. That's the mistake we're making. The mechanism of magic being realized is time and the reorganizations of determinations that constitute the natural world as possible because of the unboundness of notion. That whole is the mechanism by which magic operates. But since we are the mechanism of the unfolding of that magic, we don't think it's magic. because we know the mechanism and we don't feel ourselves as magical. We just do it.
Yeah.
If we could regain the feeling that what we are doing in being alive is particularly magical in the way so described, that would create motivation, meaning, and et cetera, so forth. Go through all of the traditions. We can go to Wordsworth with transcendentalism, the ability to see in a freaking lily, William Blake, grain of sand, Buddhism, washing plates, Simone Weil attention. All of them are like Ghibli films. Everything is about being able to somehow see something deeper in reality than what is there. And here's the thing. All of them are saying that deeper thing is more real than what's there. Because what's there is itself because of the deeper thing. And the reality of what's there is participating in that deeper thing. It's not a dualism. It's a sense of I am witnessing something that in its fullness is not completely given to me. And it's not because it's given through time. Because the fullness of that depth is limited by the need to become through time. And that limit is what makes that limit of time is what makes possible the existence of that depth that comes out through time. And I believe it would be an entirely different subject, but I believe basically this gets in a lot of Bergson's thought and Whitehead's thought. Because the very relation of moments of space, although space is a dangerous term, moments of reality are relating to other moments of reality through time, and the relations themselves are real. And so if spaceships exist one day, then the process of relations through moments of which led to spaceships are equally real, so it's real magic. It just has to unfold through time. And so if we, once you see this, this is the question then. What is the recipe of the mixture of nature and notion that gives rise to different magical results, right? All right. Well, the recipe for the magic of a spaceship is the notional idea of the space trick, plus the show of Star Wars, plus the engineering innovation of Elon Musk, plus the understanding of new innovations of quantum gravity. You mix them all in a bowl through 50 years of experimentation, and then you put them in the oven of human pathologies that overcome their neuroses and nervousness to try something as crazy as a spaceship. And what comes out is a spaceship. So it's kind of like alchemy. Alchemy is kind of magic with recipes, right? Okay. Alchemy had truth to it. It's just it fell into the fallacy of a presuppositional view of magic that had magic be unlimited, not bound by time, and have notion not have to be a gentleman to nature. That's a mistake of alchemy. That's a mistake of classical notions of magic, I think, and like the law of attraction and different things like that. But what we're seeing here is like, yes, if you how do you create, if you think about it, getting rid of the power of notion is also a magic trick. Hey, I can make it to where you can't use language. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm going to take you at birth, put you in a room where you never interact with people, and then you will lose notion. See, that's also a kind of recipe, right? Where then I can change the relation of notion and you see what I'm saying? Yeah. The work of all of these then suggests that reality. So what's a recipe? You have a list of the variables you put together and you get the result, right? So it's a kind of map, right? Arguably, a task of philosophers to now engage in is the thinking through of the maps, ergo recipes, of where is a putting together of variables of nature and notion in certain ways to give rise to certain results, and to map that out and to think that through. Thinking, like philosophers thinking recipes of nature and notion is perhaps the work that philosophers need to do instead of systems building, instead of making new grand theories of everything. What if you could just make a magic recipe? Let's stop making theories of everything, because everything is the nature notion, basically, right? That's what we're saying. So if that is true, then what would the work of conceptual mediation be? Right? Well, the work of conceptual mediation would be making these recipes, making these maps of how nature and notion goes together, of which will be situational from person to person to person to person to person. So there's basically unlimited magical recipes to make, right? There's basically unlimited topics to do. You were talking about maturity. That itself, what is the recipe for maturity, right? How do you get that? Well, conceptually mediated in a world that realizes notion and nature are tied together. You have to think through what those recipes are and make it. And that seems to be a lot of what the work is, mapping that all out.
Yes.
And so mapping out the relation of nature and notion and the proportions of that relation in a given situation to a particular person at a particular time. This is why Hegel says, think the now. All the philosopher should ever do is think the now in the particular, and this is Hume and the common life and different things. The only hope of an accurate recipe or map you will ever make is one in your particularity.
Yeah.
So you need to be really bound to your now in your thinking. You can't make recipes for people living in Africa or China or Europe or whatever, right? You might be able, look, you can come up with generalities such as don't eat a ton of sugar. Okay, you know, that's true. But once you got into nitty gritty recipes for particular maturity, then it becomes much more bound to your immediate common life. And you have to think that, and you can get into hike and so on and so forth and so on and so forth. So I think that gets into the work of what the philosopher is. Also, I wanted to note, you were saying that you feel like you see magic in a person's lives and then objects. I think indeed, we start with the mother, first the other, Freud and whatever, you see the magic in the mother. The challenge today is seeing magic in people very different from you who don't think like you, that you actually dislike. That's the challenge of pluralism. We do tend to, like, as children, experience magic in the people of family, right? And that's why we tended sociologically, if you could go out into your neighborhood and everyone was similar like you, the enchantment was there. Charles Taylor, you had enchantment as previous age. Under pluralism, there's a new difficulty of finding enchantment in people that are truly different from you. And that is not so natural. And that's where training with objects, doing plates, field, can be training grounds for that next level. That's like the next level difficulty, if you will, of finding enchantment in people. And that's where I think we get into the meta skills, where we get into these different experiences and different things to really, really find enchantment in people. Like if you're a Hume scholar, to find enchantment in the person who thinks Hume is stupid. Can you do that? It's really easy to find enchantment in the person who likes Hume. Can you do it in the person that dislikes Hume? Well, learning how to find enchantment in the Simone Weil attention to washing dishes from the Buddhist example would be a great training ground to go to that next step. I think also, too, something to just keep in mind, you know, if all the stuff regarding like notion and nature being so linked together is kind of crazy. Well, another way to think about it is if there has ever been once in all of human history a situation where notion and nature are linked together, then that means notion and nature are linked together. Only one, right? Like if one person ever, only one person ever encounters an abominable snowman, then abominable snowmen are real, right?
Yeah.
We have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of examples of people claiming throughout all of history that nature and notion have some sort of strange connection together. In theology, they call it spirit, Holy Spirit Christianity, miracles. There's talk of miracles, alchemy. I mean, you can talk about zodiac. I mean, Egypt, vibrations. I'm not even saying any of that is true. I'm not, but you've got all of these accounts throughout history of claims that there's some sort of mysterious connection between all these things. Plato's forms, you know, psychedelic visions, all of these. If one of them is true, if one story of all of them in all of the traditions is true, then nature and notion are actually linked.
Yeah.
So there's good reason to take this seriously because there's a high probability. Now, again, that doesn't prove it because it could be that everyone is wrong. So it doesn't prove anything. But the consideration is rational. That would be the key move because you have high probability that there's something here. Therefore, the consideration of the linking of notion is extremely valid because of the high amount of accounts. And again, I scream the placebo effect, the freaking quantum mechanics, the measurement problem. All of these are arguably, that's just scientific now. Like Michael Levin is scientific. We're not talking alchemy, like Hermetica stuff. We're talking biology. If Michael Levin is correct, and there's one instance where those Xenobot stuffs are right, or if there's one instance of vertical causation, then this relation between notion and nature is valid. And if it is valid, then there is grounds to think of the mechanisms of reality itself as quote unquote magical, as an unfolding of an enchantment that is limited by time, limited to be a becoming versus something instantaneous, that if it was not, it would not exist. Because you need the Kantian noumenon to have that life. You need that Lacanian lack to have the possibility of always desiring, therefore intrinsic motivation. The very limitations of magic are the very space of its possibility. And if we can think of magic that way, of which there is reason to think if there's a single instance in history of nature and notion being shown as dialectically linked, well, then there would be a valid reason to see life as enchanted. And if there's a valid reason, not a delusion, because that's the key. It's like maybe you're just deluded. Okay, yeah, we never know. Certainty is impossible. But there would be reason to think that viewing reality this way is not a delusion. Therefore, it would be valid to think this way. All the more reason to think it is valid to think this way when it becomes apparent that the very thinking of this way therefore changes how nature and notion unfold, which is exactly what the theory proposes. If you believe this, the way you live your life will change. And the very fact it would change would suggest that it is true.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost. I remember I thought I once heard that like it doesn't matter if God exists. If you believe it does, it's like it has all the practical implication of so it's like and in doing so it kind of makes it true, right? Because if you change the way you act because of God or disbelief, then it's true in a way. And this reminds me of, as you said, that like humans are like magic and we have all these things. And I think it's really interesting because it always stood out to me that humans are more powerful than gods, in the sense that in the stories, like you had Zeus and Poseidon, but they were more like forces of nature. Like they had limits, they couldn't do stuff. Like if they actually went to the realm of another god, they had to send a human, a demigod, right? Because he had actually more ability, more capability in some realms than the gods themselves, right? So I always think that humans are like mini gods in the sense that like they are infinitely powerful because they can do magic, right? Because they have this ability to have notion affect nature, and it's beautiful if you think it that way, because like you become like this force to be reckoned with, in the sense that you can impact the world, and it has like an impact on a transcendence, and it becomes like a whole different way of looking at it. And as you said, like with difference, like when you meet someone and it's truly different than you, and as you said, like truly different, because I think, funny enough, maybe I'm mistaken, that if for example like Christian met like a Christian child met a Muslim child when they're like 4, I would assume, or I would think at least, that they could get along. Like that wouldn't, like, even if something as fundamental as religion wouldn't be like enough of a difference in that state of conditioning to make to cause like a rupture, or like or friction between them. I think like there are like fake differences and real differences in the sense that like you don't like the show I like, and you're like, oh my gosh, I like, and you could say like, oh, that's a difference that could probably support. True, but it's almost a difference that it's surmountable, right? Like you can get past through that relation. But if you, for example, if a person says like being for example, one person is like being gentle is the way of life, another one being evil and nefarious is the way of life, but like in a true core, that's like for me like a true difference in the sense that it can by definition cannot ever be surmounted, because it's opposition in its like purest form, right? If you say like I don't know, like love your neighbor, and someone says like the only way of life and meaning is to kill people and make them suffer, like those, like, of course those are extreme, but they are like inconceivable, right? So I think like most of the time we have like, maybe the wording is not right, but like fake differences, in the sense that they are differences but they can be surmounted. And sometimes when they're like deep differences, because when I was in, I think like in junior high school, in 7th grade, I was like a really optimistic like kid, and I said like, oh, there's good in everyone. That was my like, there's good in everyone. And then I grew up, and I realized that that's true, but also like not necessarily the case, because if you because for because, for example, if you think that someone is being gentle for the sake of being gentle, of being of like, if it's doing it for the sake of being like just gentle or nice or kind, if someone's being kind for the sake of being kind without like any anything ulterior motive, and you could say like being kind feels good and stuff, but like he's being kind for the sake of being kind. Like it stands to reason that someone can be evil for the sake of being evil, right? Like there's like because there are some people that are hurt, and because they are hurt they lash out to people, and that's still like fine. They still have like a, like I could say like a good heart, or like a heart that a kind heart that's hurt. And he, but by definition, if you believe that someone can be kind for the sake of kind, someone can be evil for the sake of being evil without anything artificial. So then I grew up and I was like, okay, not all people have good, well, or kind hearts, right? Like by definition, like there has to be people that have something different in their heart, like more akin to poison and stuff. So those, like if a kind heart and an evil heart like meet, that's like an irreconcilable difference that cannot be surmounted. But I think like most of the difference we have today, hopefully are more are not that deep, that profound, because even in religions, like of course, like maybe like you are not allowed to worship other prophets and stuff, and there are certain rules. But at the end of the day, like most religions, as you said, like say like love is the way of life, the feel of the universe. All religions, if you go to like the most basic, like that's what most religions say, right? So even if the form, the difference, the superficial difference that you recite verses 5 times a day and versus like only on Sundays or whatever the case may be, that's it causes friction. Definitely it can cause friction, but hopefully I think that with like a proper like becoming a process that's surmountable. So I think that like most of the pluralist experiences we have are like new stuff, and we don't know how to react, and then we lash out. But I think not because they are true differences, because they are just like new superficial ones that catch us off guard, and we lash out because that's how we've been conditioned to like at large, right? Because like using like news outlets being like pursuing this type of stories and stuff. So I think that's the case. And also when speaking about like finding in objects like this enchantment, I think that maybe that's why I like businesses so much, because I studied like something in my career that what I'm studying in university is related to business. And for me it's like, of course you can study like business stuff to like get rich and stuff, that's like a goal. And having money is cool because you have more material power to change the material conditions and nature, and then impact the notion. So I think there's nothing wrong with aspiring to have lots of money. But what I really like about business is precisely because it interacts deeply with reality and notion and nature in the same time, because you there's value and price and psychology and desire and all things that are notion, and there's like really concrete nature, physical stuff, like you have logistics and you have transport, and that the product has to be go there, and you have to post this at this specific time. So like the mixture of those, I think that's why I particularly find like business like so beautiful, because it's the interaction of all these elements, and you interact with reality in such a deep level. So I think that's it's really cool. And yeah, so yeah, and just something I wanted to ask from before that, just way before that, for example, like now that we know like the nature and notion and these concepts, like regarding like relations with people, be it romantically or like or friendships, how would you think like we can go about it like in nowadays? Because you had university and you had the library, right? You had the space so where she could find you or your friends could find you. That was a possibility, right? Right now, if let's say I meet someone for a semester here and they go off to an exchange to another country, but like we had a nice relationship, we had like a nice friendship brewing. How do we continue that when there has to be intentionality, because it won't happen otherwise? Like we won't randomly meet at the places. We have to either call each other or text each other. Like there's an intentionality that it's needed for the relationship to continue, right? So how do you view that like nowadays? Because of course, and that's one of the things I enjoy the most about university, that I'm just like going around and I bump into someone. Oh, how you doing? And we hang out and we maybe speak a couple of sentences or like stay a while and like play ping pong and stuff like that. As you said, that space for serendipity, for the relationships to grow, it's really important and truly beautiful. But I think like, and we used to have that really consistently before, like in the neighborhood or like the community. But we, as with so much stuff, we lost it. We don't have those spaces anymore in a general sense. Like we have still bastions of it, like university and other places. Maybe you go to like a salsa class, like there's like still like places you could find this type of interaction and space for interactions to grow. But I don't like, what do we do with the materials conditions we're given? Like if we don't have this space, or like how do we approach like the intentionality, or how, I don't know, how would you think about that? Yeah.
Excellent. That was all really, really good. You mentioned economics and business. I think business is a wonderful example of nature and notion combining together, because because the entire existence of the economy requires notion. There would be no economy without notion. There'd be no businesses, there'd be no money, there'd be no stock market. And yet once it arises, it's as if it's part of nature. Like it feels as if business is part of the landscape, you know, like it's like hard to imagine the American landscape without gas stations. People will be like, well, of course a gas station is not the same as a desert, but it, like, your mind brings them together, because practically speaking, the gas station becomes part of nature. Right now, not technically, but remember, the real is the practical, not the technical, because the practical is the phenomenological, and the phenomenological is where nature and notion are combined. You can technically split apart nature and notion as not the same, but they're always together. And so in practice, they're always together. So though you can think them apart, that's where you fall for Hegel into one-sided thinking. And that's always a problem. That's where you're in understanding, but not reason, where it's okay to pull things apart to think them, but make sure you think them back together as well. If you forget that second step, you're in trouble. The dollar, you know, I was thinking, like, you know, because we were saying, like, if you could think of a single instance of nature and notion together, that kind of proves that nature and notion are together, right? Now, by proof, we don't mean forced assent. That's been a modern mistake. Like, we think of proof as something that forces assent. A proof is it's more like a land deed, where, like, here's the deed of the land. Well, you have to go out and walk the land to see if it matches up with the deed. Like, you have to do something to match them up. And when we're talking about these kind of metaphysical proofs, the proofs are things that if you do, you see. But of course, that always runs the risk of it just being confirmation bias, right? Where you're just telling yourself something. Well, that's why you're always looking for glimmers that go against your desire for it to be true. Because the thing is, you see where notion and nature form one another, even if you don't want them to form one another. You know, like, you may not want this piece of paper to be worth $1, and you may not want it to be the case that you require it to pay your rent, but you do. And the dollar is great, because, like, the dollar, like, what is this, like, physically? It's paper, right?
It's paper.
And yet it's not paper. It's the idea of the dollar. But let's see. Now just have the idea of the dollar. No nature, just the notion, right? Well, I don't have any money. I just have the idea of money. I'm poor, right? You need both. You need the nature to get the notion as well. Like, if you don't have the nature, you don't get the notion, right? So that's what's interesting about the economy, is you can't get the notion of the economy without the nature of the economy. And so that's where economics, and the same goes for society as well. All of society is one giant screaming example of nature and notion being combined together, because you can't get the notion of the society if you don't have the buildings of New York. You can't get the notion of New York without the city of New York. And yet the notion is not reducible to the city, and the city not to the notion, et cetera. And what the notion means changes from person to person, right? The other example that would be a great case study in addition to economics is flow, because in flow, time changes. You're absorbed in something and time speeds up, right? So nature, time changes based on your notion, which is relative to your focus. So flow is another case study that nature and notion are combined together, right? And also when you're bored, time slows down, right? So, you know, you see notions affect nature. You know, there's this weird thing where older people, and I'm afraid I will have to go in a little bit for work, but this has been a complete delight. You're magnificent. Older people talk about experiencing time quicker, like time speeds up as you get older, right? But it doesn't. And yet it does.
It does.
So here's the weird thing. To me, that question is so similar to the insanely profound question that Owen Barfield asks when he asks, all right, is a rainbow there? does a rainbow exist? You have to have raindrops, you have to have light, you have to be standing here and there's a rainbow. Is the rainbow there, or is it a hallucination? Well, it's not a hallucination because other people can see it too. If you meet the conditions, the rainbow is there. And yet the rainbow also is not there. And yet it is there. So right there, we see nature in notion. A rainbow is nature in notion. You get the conditions of nature, you arrive to a notion that only exists because of those conditions and yet is not reducible to those conditions. So it goes with time. Is it really speeding up for the old person once they meet the conditions of the rainbow, per se, the conditions of time speeding up? Is time really speeding up, or is it not? The question doesn't actually seem adequate, does it? Because if you describe it purely in terms of notion, it's like, well, it is, because then the idea is it is, but the clock is not literally going faster, right? So it exists in this between space, like the rainbow exists in the between space. And basically, our beloved Mr. Barfield wants to say that the tree is no different. You say, well, I can touch the tree. It's like, yeah, you meet the conditions of being able to feel the tree. It's no different from the rainbow. It's just different conditionality, right? It's different collapses of the wave function, right? Well, all of those beg the question, does a framework in which you understand reality in terms of nature and notion being separate make sense of the fact that older people literally experience time speeding up? Rainbows are there, yet not there. Economics are real and yet not real. And what people think changes how they live. Does a framework where nature and notion are separated apart better explain that? Or one where they're together? Does the flow state make more sense in a universe where notion and nature are linked, or in a world where notion and nature are pulled apart? Does creativity make more sense? Does the ability to create something without stimulation, but your own self-derived idea of a spaceship, so you're not getting a stimulation from an outside external world, you're doing it to yourself, and then you can make it part of the world. Does that make more sense in a universe where notion and nature are separate, or more sense in a world where they're together? Sounds to me like it makes more sense in a world where they're together. So then basically, if that's the case, it would be reasonable to consider that those things are in fact together. And if they are together, to live your life in a manner where they are thus would make a lot of sense. Also, everything you're describing suggests why I like the term conditionalism. Mr. Vervaeke talks about transvecticism. I want to put the emphasis on creating conditions, not the act of observation. Because if the emphasis, and I think it's an emphasis debate, an emphasis debate is not a hard fundamental debate. Everyone agrees, Vervaeke agrees, there's some linking. But when you talk about observer effects, you're not taking seriously everything you were saying about the creation of conditions. Magic is conditioned. It's not the act of observation alone. It is the act, it has to be conditioned. And if it has to be conditioned, it has to be through time. Also, time is the necessary precondition for the possibility of magic, as we've been so describing magic. But if that is the case, then magic must work through time. You see? So that's why it can't be instantaneous. And that's why it also has to work through the determinations of which time manifests through, right? So you can't ignore determinations, but that doesn't mean you can't overcome determinations through the technique that is magic itself of being alive. I think someone like in Praise of Shadows, the Eastern thought, Tazaganti, he asked the question, what is a shadow? Because he's all about Japanese aesthetics. And he says, like in the West, there's too much artificial light, but it's also if it's too dark. So to get a shadow that creates a certain atmosphere, that creates a certain aesthetic experience that for Tasanti is good for the soul. Like literally, artificial light destroys the soul for him. And the way that you keep the soul alive is by creating an atmosphere that is, for him, the Japanese aesthetic, which is the shadow. A shadow requires conditioning. You have to make sure the light is in a certain place with certain objects at a certain time of day, so there's not too much, not too little light. And for Tadasakanti, if you meet those conditions, then the aesthetics are basically magical. The room is magical. When it is designed to honor the light, to move with the day. Like you go through history, like Havana is a great example of an architecture that is designed with the movement of the sun, the time of year in Cuba, right? They literally designed the city relative to the movement of the sun, and how places appear changes relative to that. The effect is arguably magic. The effect is also emergent. You can't reduce it to the pillars or the light. It's the combination of both, the transvectivity of them both, right? Well, that means there's a condition. What Tazagazi, I'm not saying his name correctly, what he's talking about in Praise of Shadows is a kind of conditionalism that can be met that then creates a kind of quote unquote magical effect. And so what he is describing in Japanese architecture and aesthetics is basically what we're saying describes the nature of reality as a freaking whole, which if you just overly emphasize the object, the artificial light you don't get, but if you overemphasize the subject, so it's a dance between them, ergo a conditioning between them. And if you meet the right conditions, you make the right recipe, you make the right map, then you get the effect that he's talking about in Praise of Shadows. It's no different. The other example is the wonderful book, The River Over the Derna, Ivan Andrich, who was a genius, and he talks about the veil. What is a veil? A veil is not a wall, but it's also not an open space. For a veil to have the effect of creating mystery, interest, curiosity, and beauty, it has to be hiding just enough to you not know it's there, but not hiding so much that you don't know there's something there being hidden. So there's a condition that has to be met for the veil to work, right? Rookmacher, when he talks about Hans Rookmacher in modern art, he talks about great art works because the painting meets all the conditions to create the Mona Lisa. If there was suddenly a giant white line across the Mona Lisa, the painting would instantaneously fail. Just like that. One brushstroke and the whole thing fails, right? So for a painting to work, all the conditions have to be perfectly matched and met. And if they are, you get the Mona Lisa. And so the technique that is the magic. The technique always being in the right place, in the right time, to the right condition is the magic, because it's magical that if you do all the techniques like that, you get the art. If you do all of the techniques of the architecture in Havana, you get the friggin' effect. If you do all of the techniques of the Japanese aesthetic, you get the effect. So the technique is the magic. And it's magical that the technique as such creates the enchantment. And so the technique and the magic are one. Notion and nature are one. Nature is the technique. Notion is the magic. So the magic trick is the magic. The trick is the magic. So nature is notion. The question is the following. How do you condition a relationship and love and dating in such a manner to create a magical effect? You have to have all of it. Intention is not inherently bad. It's where you try to go straight to intention without having the choice, without the condition, without the environment in which the intention is clearly not possessiveness. You meet someone, right? So then you want to stay in contact with them. Michelle went off to Spain for months. There was a period I emailed her. There's nothing wrong with emailing. They're not going to know you exist. The issue is you have to ask yourself, am I emailing because I'm worried about losing them? Or am I creating conditions for the magic? Are you creating conditions for magic, or are you operating from a place of anxiety? And the anxiety that is not the negated, sublated, possible one, but one of worry. So much of life and getting this balance right, because it's funny, I was talking to Michelle last night, like ideology that people are trapped in, that's the perverse mirror opposite of the ontoepistemology of Hegel of nature and notion. Because what is ideology? Well, you have an idea how the world is, a conspiracy, and so you see all of nature in its term. So an ideology and conspiracy is the perverse Lucifer fallen form of the Hegel ontoepistemology. Where you see what I'm saying? It's the mirror opposites. And like in Christianity, where the highest angel is the lowest demon, right? So ideology works as an entrapment mechanism precisely because it is structurally isomorphic to the ontoepistemology of Hegel, where notion and nature are one. You see? So how do you tell if you are operating according to the nature notion Hegel, or if you're just dealing with ideology, which is also an internally consistent system conspiracy? You convince yourself you're not worried when you really are, right? How do you tell the difference between those two? For me, so much of it comes to motivation. Are you acting out of fear? You know, John, that in very important line, 1 John, which in the New Testament says, you know, there is no fear in love, because fear has to do with torment. The one who fears is not made perfect in love. Fear is the opposite of love. And actually, I would argue that the opposite of faith is fear, not doubt. Doubt is the refining principle of faith. Doubt is the process by which one determines the meaning of faith. Fear is the opposite of faith. And if fear is in fact the opposite of love, then fear and love is in fact where love is nature and notion together, right? Love is that combination. Fear is to use the relationship between nature and notion to destroy them. Where in love, the relation between nature and notion is brought together to sublate them. You talked about evil. Evil is a radical example of how an idea can destroy the world. If I murder someone, I've ruined the nature, the life and world of people forever, right? And you see the issue, the temptation of evil is that it's more instantaneous. Evil magic is more instantaneous than good magic per se. Because evil, I can kick over a sandcastle just like that. I can change the world just like that. That's why evil is tempting. Whereas the magic of a sandcastle has to be built, has to be constructed. It takes way, way more time. The temptation of evil is the instantaneousness of magic, of which does not, it tries to not be bound by time per se. It tries to not be limited. And in not being limited, it thus changes the world in a manner that you can never, ever go back from. Oh, indeed, you're not limited now, but boy, howdy, would you wish for that world to be limited you're now in because you'd like to get out of it. Once you kill someone, you're not, the world in which you killed someone is unlimited. It qualifies everything you do, and you can never, ever escape it. So you got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. You created, the evil magic leads you to a world that is not limited, because the act of evil that you did to create that world now defines the whole. And so you can't escape it. Whereas good magic never, ever defines the whole, because it is in a dance with the whole. The parts are always honoring the whole. That's why evil is such a temptation. Now, the key here, what you're also describing, is why Hegel's philosophy of right is so important. Because what he argues is that this is why it's also, for me, motivation is primary. There's no such thing as an evil motivation. Nobody does what they think is evil. If you murder someone, you think it's good to murder them, right? All right, well, then there has to be a sorting mechanism to determine ideas of good from actual ideas of good. That's history. History for Hegel is a movement of the collective consciousness, which by definition must be organized toward ideas of the right, gradually in determining error from what is actually right, and then collectively operating according to those discoveries. Collective consciousness, basically. So people are like, I think murdering is good. All right, try it. Yeah, that breaks down society, so we're not going to do that. And also the person who did it didn't benefit from it, so there's a good reason to think that that's not actually good. So then you gradually and gropingly and experimentally move from ideas of the bad to things that are probably more right. They may not be right, but they're probably more right. And all Hegel needs for you to be able to grant is that there's a higher probability that what the majority of people are doing today is more likely right than wrong, given tradition and the historic trajectory that has arrived at a moment where we're doing X instead of Y. Because motivation always does what it believes is right, even if it's not. And that's all you have to assume to have reason to think that the development of history is more toward the right than the wrong, right? Not necessarily, but you can, but that can be a fair assumption for the grounding of your conceptual mediation of the now. And that's all Hegel wants. He's like, maybe it's not true, but you have reason. You can't start thinking unless you assume something, right? So what are you going to assume? Maybe you assume this and then find out it's false, but now at least you can start conceptual mediation. And that's all we need, right? And then we continue to do the groping in the dark. But the reason why evil is always a threat to the process is the temptation of instantaneous magic, per se.
Yeah.
Because it is just like ideology, it is the mirror opposite of nature and notion combined, because evil is an idea that can change nature forever. Evil is evidence that notion and nature are combined. You can change the world with an evil act. You can change people's lives forever. Once you kill someone, their world, the people who knew that person, is not the same. And it's like the rainbow. You can say, no, it really is the same. No, it's not. Is the rainbow there or is it not there? Is the world where their loved one was alive the same as the one where it's not? You would say, obviously not, but materially it is. Compositionally it is. In terms of mere science, in a way, it is, right? You say, but that person's gone. Well, a body is gone, right? That's no different than losing a tree, right? Because it's not just a body. There's something more going on. There's a notion. So nature and notion come out. So the temptation of evil is the temptation of instantaneous magic. Good is the humbling oneself to the understanding that magic is conditioned and possible through the becoming of time. And if you do not honor time and the time it takes for magic to unfold, then you lose it. You have to have, magic is only available to those from a posture of humility. And in that way, we can start to see how evil is a failure to have humility. Evil is where you take, in a sense, magic for yourself. Pride. Lucifer, you act on your own. Where good magic is where you honor time. right? You honor time and you let magic unfold through time as you participate in it and learn to better condition yourself to relative to the maps and recipes that you create. I don't think it's by chance that so many religions associate time with God. Like time and God are so, like going to God gives you a new eternity, a new experience of time. Like the emphasis is always like on new experiences of time that come forth, right? And there's always this talk in poetry, whether it be Shelley's Ozymandias, or like time is ultimately in control, right? So we have to honor time. We have to respect time. We have to, and that, but if we do, that allows for magic to unfold, right? To come forth in a manner where evil is a temptation to change the world without going through the honoring of time, because time is the mechanism of the unfolding of the magic. So there's a humility in that has to come forth, that has to be expected, right? Because it's always interesting too, like when I say that religions honor time, like in Christianity, for example, there's this notion of the Paradiso, where at the end of history, at the end of time, there's salvation. There's this notion that time has to pass, right? Now, whether we buy that or not, there's like in Hinduism, there's all the ages, the cyclical ages, the wheels. There's this something about time. A passage of time is important. So that would suggest an intuition, but what we're doing now is conceptually mediating the actual mechanisms of that time to see how it works in relation to the nature and notion. So it all has to be ordered. All the pieces have to be brought together. And so when you're talking about a relationship, how do you bring the pieces together to allow the magic to kind of come forth, right? Where you have to balance intuition with an open hand. How do you have intention with an open hand? And I think for me, again, so much of the check and balance that one can engage on themselves to determine if they're dealing with evil or good, because there's the other problem. You know, I make it sound so clear when I talk about evil magic and good magic. The problem is all evil magic seems good at the time. All ideology is never ideology. Otherwise, you know not to fall into it, right? So this is the question. How do you give yourself reason to believe that you are not falling into ideology, dark magic, so on and so forth, versus not, because it will necessarily seem like you're not? I think it has so much to do with fear. I think it has so much to do with, are you afraid? Are you acting out of fear? Are you anxious? And since fear is a relation where you think people hate you, so you have a notion that changes how you act, changes how you think of them, which changes the nature of the world you are in, and what you fear is what comes unto you. You know, that's a phrase we always use. What you fear is what comes unto you, which makes sense if nature and notion are linked, right? And love, though, is the clearing that allows things to unfold as themselves according to their own forms, of which is an expression of that relation of nature and notion. So the question becomes, how does one date in a manner where you create a clearing in a Heideggerian sense for the unfolding of the formulation of the relationship itself, as opposed to your ideas of it? The unique emergent property of those people being together that is not possible in any other condition other than those people together. Well, I think it requires courage. I think it requires not being afraid. So every time you send an email, every time you pick up a phone, ask yourself the question, am I afraid?
Am I afraid?
Or am I conditioning a possibility? Am I putting in place the conditions that are necessary so that something might happen?
Okay.
Am I visiting this person because I'm afraid that if I don't visit them, they'll start talking to me? Or am I visiting them because I have to be in the room to create the atmosphere, like in Praise of Shadows, that creates the magnificence, like the improv comedy that we were describing, that would not be possible any other way than stepping into that room? Am I planning what I'm going to say when I'm in that room because I'm afraid I won't have anything to say and the person thinks I'm stupid? Or am I planning what I'm going to say because I want a launch pad for the improvisation that can result where neither of us know what's going to happen when we come together in that room, but it's precisely because we don't know that something can happen magnificent that otherwise couldn't happen? Am I preparing to see this person out of a place of fear? Or am I putting myself intentionally in the place to be a condition that is necessary for the unfolding of a notion in nature that could unfold no other way, because it is inseparable from that conditioning, that if those conditions are met, if that recipe is there, then there can be enchantment, then there can be love, then there can be truth, and therefore there can be true love. So I think asking oneself those questions as they go through a relationship is important.
Yeah, it yeah, because and it and I really like it when it's not necessarily the case always when something so simple is so profound, because how do you stop and you ask, am I doing this because I'm afraid? And it's uh, so it's not that you have to remember the passage that Hale wrote in you don't, it's like, am I afraid? Am I doing this from a place of fear, right? So, and if that does change the relationship. So and it makes sense because as you say, like if for example, if a friend is further away and the only way to continue the relationship, the friendship, the relationship is to shoot out a message, that's and but you did it because you were genuinely want to know about them, then that's like, that's good. You're making the conditions for the friendship to develop. But if you're doing like, oh, he or she is going to forget about me, I will shoot a quick text. That's the problem. That's when the things start to go south. But how? But it's weird, right? Because the act is the same. Like you send the
Yes, but
message,
the notion is different.
the notion is different. So do
So
you
the
think that
consequence of the
mm,
act is different. Like that's the thing, like the notion is different, the nature is the same, but then the unfolding is different because the notion is different. So you see, it's that
yeah.
unfolding, that becoming through time where the difference arises.
And I don't know how far could we extend this because for I was thinking, like, for example, killing is evil, but it's only the definitions that we were doing, it's only evil if you do it out of fear, right? Because for example, if there's a killer, right, and he's killing people and you say like, we have got the guy 3 times and he has escaped prison, like we like it would seem reasonable at that moment of time to kill him, but the action itself has like moral connotations, like evil connotation, like killing is bad, right? But you would say like, but you're not doing it of a place of fear, like you've exhausted all the options. You say like, you if you are going to make an action, that killing that's like unquote bad or evil and stuff, but you're not doing it from a place of fear. Does that how does that change
Excellent.
the relation? Because it's not that you have, sometimes you say you have to combat fire with fire, right? But fire with fire in like the action, not the essence, right? Because if you become evil to fight someone evil, you just are simply evil, right? There's more evil in the world. You didn't solve anything. But if you have to do the actions the evil person is doing, but doing them from a different place, then you can be on the same ground. Because I read like stories and I'm always frustrated when the characters want to take like the high ground, and I'm like, no, like it was really simple. You had to make this action that was like maybe hard, maybe not like fashionable, but if you had done that, like you would have like concretely removed evil from the world. And obviously, like there's no answer. Like it's a dangerous road to just go down on, but like there's so much like the heroes like, oh no, we cannot do this, and I'm like, like that misses the point, right? Like you're not equipped to fight evil if you cannot do, if you limit yourself arbitrarily to not do certain stuff, like actions, right? Like intention has to, like as you say, like has to be maintained or still be good in a sense. But yeah.
What you're asking is extremely important. I would argue that the high majority of most moral thought experiments, like the trolley problem, and I can name a million, is a result of separating nature and notion. If you because what you're saying is the morality is located in the act. Well, that's overemphasizing the act. It's also located in the notion, but it's also not just the notion, because that gets you intentionalism or different things. It's the dialectical relationship of both. We have not thought ethics in those terms. I think Aristotle's Nicean ethics is closest to that, and hopefully that is defended in the paper. The distinction is between fear and wisdom. And the question of when you are acting out of fear and when you are acting out of wisdom is basically the most difficult and profound question of all. And I think it's actually at the heart of all of this, because wisdom is the knowledge of how to condition enchantment. But the problem is, how do you know when you're acting out of wisdom to say shoot the guy as opposed to fear to shoot the guy? Well, this is really, really hard. And basically the majority of our fiction stories are about, a lot of them are about this very difficult space between fear and wisdom. So sometimes people are like, well, I don't always know when I'm acting afraid. right? Like, when am I acting afraid, or when am I acting from a place of wisdom, right? First off, there's a funny thing where if you're afraid that you're afraid, well, then you need to do the thing that you're afraid you're acting out of fear doing, because I would be facing the fear, right? Like, you get into a whole lot of kind of profound meta dimensions of the self, right? And also, you could say that you're being wise when really you're afraid of messing up, and that's why you're not doing the thing, right? And you say, no, it's wise not to send the text. If I over text them, then they'll not like me. Well, then you're not sending a text, not because the not sending the text is an act of fear, right? The question for me between fear and wisdom is ground zero of the relationship between nature and notion. Because it's raw motivation. As raw motivation, it is the most difficult to determine the relation of nature and notion between them, because the nature is not there to give you the meaning of the notion, because it's the same act, right? Like, so why do we, like, if someone, like, we don't consider self-defense murder, right? Why? Well, because not all killing is murder. All murder is killing, but not all killing is murder, right? Because the notion is different. That's why. We literally, in law, suggest that notion changes the meaning of nature, right? Even if the nature is the same. That's another example where, practically speaking, society believes notion and nature are profoundly bound. Law is actually a really good example, just like economics, of the Hegelian onto epistemology and operation. Likewise, I think, actually, frankly, I think often it is clear when you're afraid. So I'm not saying it's never clear. Often it is. But I think basically, as you go through life, it becomes finer and finer shades of distinction that you have to gain deeper and deeper sensitivity to on those different differences. And that comes from conditioning and training, right? There are different kinds of karate moves. There are different kinds of punches, different kinds of moves. So there seems to be another thing that philosophy is in the business of, is a training to a different, finer and finer sensitivity to what those emotions actually are. How to conceptually mediate those emotions. I think it's like wine tasting, actually. Like, you know how in wine tasting, you can tell the difference between a red wine, like some people will be like, oh, this is a 1976 red wine, and they'll be like, oh, this is a 1998. You'd be like, no, this is fear. No, this is wisdom. I think that skill is another kind of meta skill, basically, that is part of the net skills or the meta skill that needs to be operated. The ability to tell the difference between fear and wisdom. I think it is situation-based, because it is raw notion, and if notion and nature are linked, then the situation is the nature that profoundly determines the meaning of the notion. And only you in your particular situation can determine what notion is at play, right? Well, that means you got to really do a lot of work on yourself. You got a lot of work to do, basically, a lot of conceptual mediation. But if you don't even know that basically a lot of it comes down to the problem of telling the difference between fear and wisdom, then you can't focus on that skill to get better at. You'll focus on other things. But if really you pay a whole lot of attention before you do something in a relational context to really ask yourself, is this out of fear or is this out of wisdom? Am I putting together the conditions necessary for the enchantment, or am I afraid there won't be the enchantment? Sometimes you'll get it right. Other times you'll get it wrong. Sometimes you'll do better. Sometimes you'll do worse. But if you're committed to doing better, that's like a marriage. And now you are already habituating yourself to the practice in a relationship, to the habits that make a good marriage. And you want the habits that you form in the relationship to be the habits you need in a marriage, because that's where a relationship probably is going toward, or could be going toward, or even if you don't call it a marriage, it's going to practically be something like a marriage, right? So one needs to think about engaging in a relationship in a manner to where in the relationship you are learning the habits, the sensitivities, the abilities, the discernments, the meta skills of which would be the same that you need for the marriage. Because those would then be the notion that changes the nature of the marriage for those notions, and vice versa. And then the funny thing is, if you do that, the marriage will feel like it's longer than the wedding day. It will feel like it was always being realized in the active relationship. And that's what you want. You want your relationship, if we're talking a romantic situation, to be conditioned in such a way that if the relationship enters into something more serious, then it feels like it was always that thing that was more serious, that it didn't change fundamentally in character, that it simply realized itself, that nature and notion realized themselves. And one of the key sensitivities for marriage is being able to sense the difference between fear and wisdom, and to be committed to getting better at it, and getting better at it, and getting better at it, and also getting better at the conditioning of your life in a manner to create more enchantment that not only you feel, but that they feel. Because a dance only works if they feel the music as well. And the question is, can you condition yourself in such a way where you don't just hear the music, but they hear the music as well? And as you want to dance to it, they want to dance as well, and then you dance together. And that would bring us to the sun. And then in that example, the sun and the love that moves the sun and stars would be the love on the dance floor. That could be called the relationship.
Yeah, and I think it's beautiful because it's almost as if you cannot be evil as long as you continually try to be better. Because like you can do bad things, but that doesn't like maybe horrible things. But if you try to be better, it's almost as if you are not evil anymore, because it's like really interesting. And it's funny because like sometimes you read a book or a movie and like maybe it's not that good, or like the general consensus is that it was like crap or something. But I remember seeing Green Lantern, which is like a movie that like a lot of memes have, and I remember profoundly enjoying it because like you like Notion, like you imagine something and it becomes like, no, even in this sense, like Notion, nature, you imagine something and it becomes like an actual thing, right? So that was like really appealing to me, like in power wise. But it's also really interesting because like the rings are like represent different like emotions or intentions and stuff, and like the green is like almost like motivation, right? Your will, your so it's interesting. And who was the enemy? It was fear, like the yellow ones. And it was, and for me, I don't remember what age did I watch the movie, but for me, a line of the movie was really profound because they had like these elders and stuff, and they were like, oh, we're not going to do anything. They were like, they had like this notion that something might be brewing with the yellow lanterns, but they didn't want to do anything because they didn't want to admit that they were afraid of being, they were afraid of being afraid. They were afraid of feeling afraid because that was like a scene. Like if you were afraid, like that they took control, it was bad. So they were afraid of being afraid. And for me, that was just like a such like a powerful thing because it reveals so much, like the meta-analysis, the metacognition, it's so in such a small phrase, it reveals so much. You're afraid of being afraid, or you are worried about being worried, or you have anxiety about being anxious. So it's like these things like pile on in themselves. And I don't know, it's interesting because just yeah, you just have, when these glimpses you see something beyond. And as you said with marriage, I always find that interesting. For example, if person, it depends. Like for example, if you see movies, no, and you see that sometimes they are anxious or nervous, but you can see that sometimes it's because for different reasons. They want everyone, like the guests, to have a nice time when they're like maybe nervous, that they like I don't know, like you can have this type of nervousness and they are logical and stuff. But if you're like nervous about like committing your life to someone like forever, as you said, like you didn't develop the relationship enough, because it should feel like natural. It should feel like it was always that way. It was just like a commitment and like a ritual, like a sharing with the people that you love, but it was always that way. If you feel like something's changed, or you're anxious because you feel something is changing, then you didn't develop the relationship enough. And it's and if one self-relating with the world is like sometimes complex enough, because you with objects or with people, when you have something as beautiful and complex as a dance, as a relationship, like and in which you both have to hear the music, it becomes even more, you have to be like even more skilled at these like meta skills and these net skills, because if not, like you cannot dance, just you just step in each other's feet all the time, and it's really painful, and that's not dancing, and it just sucks, right? And if you think that's dancing, then you will think that the love is that, and then you won't aspire to it, and you're locked to the possibility of experiencing it, because it all goes downhill from there. So it's I don't know, the relation, and like the concept, like the notion nature, and how like those concepts and how they relate to each other, and how like for you to interact with them in like an in a useful manner, in a constructive manner, you have to have these skills that nowadays we don't have space to develop, and so it just becomes like a really specific puzzle to solve, because like you need these skills, but you cannot develop them, so you cannot realize the nature and an ocean, so how so it becomes like this whole thing. But I think that it almost feels like, but in a sense, every time that another person realizes about nature and ocean, even with different words, like if they realize that, it's like it's a self-propagating win, right? Because the more notion there is, the more it can affect nature, and the more notion there is, and not because notion is better, because like the notion, like competent notion or like healthy notion, like it's the way it lets you interact with other notion and nature in a more complete, beautiful manner, if you will, right? So it's, yeah, and as you said, it's so interesting as that within the relationship of two persons, you can see how everything works, the universal world, like that's like the microcosm of how, if you understand that, you understand everything at large, right? So it's such a beautiful thing. Yeah.
No, I mean, a few things, and then last, I'll run in a minute. But I've been again, Emilio, you're beautiful. A way to think about it is that nature is physical notion, and notion is metaphysical nature.
Oh, yeah.
And so they're always in one another. Nature is in notion, and notion is in nature. And so when one is operating, it's always in a feedback loop with the other, chain, et cetera, so forth. And so that it's and that's what you see. Like you see in the placebo effect, notion and nature, and nature and notion, right? You see that in quantum mechanics, you see in all these things. I think everything that we're getting at, where it's very obvious that you will make mistakes, you will get things wrong. And I always find it interesting, like, in Christianity, it's like you're going to sin. It's like inevitable. There's no perfect man, right? There is no one who is going to properly judge every time fear from wisdom, because you basically have to screw up to learn how to get it right. If you were to say, why are we in a fallen state? It's because you have to learn the sensitivity of the difference between fear and wisdom. And that would apply in many different areas, right? So you don't just get it. Well, that in of itself is part of the conditioning of magic. Like you have to go through a process of trial and error to get to the conditioning, of which then can create the enchantment. Like that very problem of having to work at getting better in of itself is one of the conditions so that you even exist, and then can exist in a manner that can condition enchantment, right? And so another way to look at, like, if you believe in God, a condition of you existing is that you are not God. Because if you are not God, then you are just God, right? So, but if you're not God, well, that means you're finite, therefore there's mistake, so on and so forth. So the condition of your existence is automatically a lack, is automatically a certain loss, right? And then we start thinking of biblical mythology and so on and so forth. And so that inevitability of trial and error seems to be in of itself one of the necessary conditions that is part of the necessity of time, of which is the groundwork of magic. Like that is the mechanism of magic, the trick of magic, right? We call it trial and error and mistake. But funny enough, if I said to you the trial and error literally is the mechanism of developing the sensitivity, then it's a magic trick. The trial and error is itself a magic trick, usually because it gains you the ability to tell the difference between fear and wisdom, right? And so that in of itself is the mechanism. It is not, mistake is part of it's like a negation display. What is a mistake? If you develop the ability to tell the difference, is suddenly not a mistake. It was a precondition for the sensitivity, right? And so magic, and so, a few more things. I think a way to think about evil, and this would have to be expanded on, it seems to be where evil is where you make magic yours as opposed to see magic as life's. So evil is when you say, I'll have the ability to instantaneously change the world, kick over the sandcastle. So you take magic for yourself to change the world, okay? As opposed to saying, no, life is the condition that must be honored that I have to meet in a relationship so that the magic unfolds from that relationship. So it belongs to us. So good is where magic belongs to us, per se, nature notion. And evil is where nature is mine. Magic is mine, right? Pride, religions say pride is evil, right? And so much of good is honoring God, right? There's so much of that. Like, really at the end of the day in like Christianity, it's not that like good is not murdering your neighbor, it's loving God. That's like the first command. Everything comes from that, loving God and loving your neighbor, right? So what is that? A way to look at that is saying that it all belongs to God. It all belongs to life. Magic belongs to life. Evil is where you say magic is mine, right? And so if we think of it that way, which would have to be expanded upon, then we start moving beyond simplistic understandings of good and evil, which is killing someone or not killing somebody, right? Because that's all conditional in of itself, right? And there can be some examples of killing the bad guy, of which creates more enchantment, right? So on and so forth. But I want to emphasize the very fact you have this fear, meta skills, meta dimensions, all of those is only going to be arrived at by trial and error. And it has to be. Another way to think of it is like, how in the world did people come up with recipes? Like Alex Ebert the other day was talking about macaroons. And it's the craziest recipe. Like you gotta like heat something, milk has to be, let them sit out for 30 minutes. Like think about wild plants. Who figured out what plants you could eat and which ones you could not?
Yeah.
There is no possibility of that occurring without mistake. Zero. It is unimaginable. Is it a mistake to say that making macaroons required trial and error? That word doesn't seem to like work because it's necessary. Like the error is necessary, right? Because otherwise you can't get the recipe, right? There has to be a lot of screw up. A lot of people have to screw up and quote unquote waste a lot of time to give rise to the recipe. But funny enough, as soon as the recipe appears, it's as if you wasted no time. So it's all about, do you finish the race? If you finish the race, then it's all part of it. It's all joy. You have this weird language in Christianity where if you finish the race, it's contingent and it reaches back and it changes the meaning of what came before, right? So likewise, the very trial and error is the mechanism of the arising of the magic of the McAdoo. The magic of you can eat this plant and it won't kill you. The magic of we figured out how to like make eclairs. Like an eclair is magical. The problem is you know how to make an eclair so you don't think it's magical. But if you really think about it, like the fact that you can bring all of these things in nature together that would never come together on their own because you have an idea that if they come together, they're going to taste away. Pretty freaking magical. The problem is you know how to do it so you don't think it's magical because you think knowing the trick means there's no magic because there's a trick. But it actually, the very mechanism where the universe makes it possible to bring nature together into a eclair is of itself magic. And that's the move because nature and notion are two sides of the same coin. Given that it's possible to be afraid of being afraid, which is very meta, it is possible to confuse wisdom with fear. There will be mistakes. There will be screw ups. Well, that's what they say about marriage. There's going to be screw ups, not because people intend to screw up, but because you just will, because of hermeneutical differences, simply differences of interpretation, so on and so forth. It's inescapable. But here's the funny thing. The differences of hermeneutics and the limitation that is the impossibility of not having those problems is precisely the limit that makes possible the creative unfolding of the marriage. If you, in fact, couldn't screw up, you couldn't create. There is no creation in a universe where there's no possibility of mistake. There is no improv comedy where there's not the possibility of screwing up the improv comedy. There is no possibility of a painting where there's not the possibility of having a white line over the Mona Lisa and ruining the whole thing. The very possibility of screwing up the sensitivity of the difference between wisdom and fear is precisely the precondition that makes possible the getting better at that sensitivity, of which then makes it possible for you to create a different kind of life. And that is all carried out in the action, where it's Blondel, because action is where notion and nature come together. Metaphysics is metaphysics with the MET in parentheses. Action is metaphysical. The action of the commitment to that getting better, knowing you must screw up, because if you didn't screw up, there would be no possibility of creativity. The commitment to that is arguably in itself what love is. Like love is that very commitment. in a belief in the possibility that that commitment will give rise to something enchanting, something magical, something that is hard to describe and yet changes the very quality of life itself. And the word that most people have used for that has been love. And it has been a very easy move for people to say God is love. And God seems to be the ultimate magic, right? The ultimate example of where notion and nature are blended, because in God, nature can be created, ideas can change things. God is he's not bound, right? We have some kind of subconscious association of love with God, right? And if in fact love is where notion and nature come out, as we realize, if we are committed to the conditioning of the realization of such, because it has to be participated in, then that in of itself seems to suggest that we know there is something about love that speaks to the deepest possible reality of which we capture in the word God. So the very subconscious association of love with God in of itself is evidence, proof that nature and notion are linked together. But since all we can do is try, all we can ever do is try again. But in the act of trying again, we find out that we are the kind of being that is willing to try it again. And thus our notion of ourselves changes, because that means we're capable of courage. That means we're capable of trying to reach God, even though, you have to be perfect to reach God. So we know we can't, because we're going to fail. And, you need God's grace to know God, et cetera, so forth in a Christian tradition. But the very ability to commit to the effort and to not give up changes your notion, which changes your nature, which changes your notion. And then in a relationship, you share in that with another person. And both of you then are made different in accordance with that notion. You change in your nature, and it is one that is effused by courage, love, enchantment, magic, beauty, truth, and goodness. And it's only possible because of that commitment to the other person, that willingness to not be afraid. And I think that's what one should aim for and think about when they think about relationships.
Because for me, if you're afraid in your relationship, that doesn't make sense, right? Because in some ways, you are the safest with the person you love, right? There's this quote or this phrase is that you real love when the other person has your heart in their hands, right? They have the power to destroy you, to absolutely destroy you, and they choose not to, right? So that's the how so you in a sense, you, of course, you will be afraid or anxious about any number of things, but it's in paradoxically, you may be safest when you're in love, right? Because it's it's a commitment to build this thing, to change the notion, to be a team, etc. As we've said, it's not if you're in a relationship and you're afraid, then that something has to change, the relationship, or it has to end, right? It because it doesn't even make sense, right? If you in any relationship, if you're afraid of your friend, that doesn't that doesn't make sense, right? So and this framework of thinking terms or of fear and love, it makes that distinction clear, in the sense that yes, you love in this dynamic of notion and nature, how it plays out. And it's interesting because, well, and saying God is love, it's interesting because I think a lot of religions say that. I think I remember a friend that he's Mormon, and he said that the ultimate expression of love is sacrifice, which I found interesting. And there are other religions that there's this distinction, but and for example, my mom, she went to in junior high school to a nuns school, and it was different because she said that the God she knew when she was little was a God of punishment, of being fearful. You have to fear God, right? And then the new in the New Testament, or and also in new teachings, they say love is God, right? So it's almost as you said, love and fear are always one step from each other. They play, they relate. You fear God, but you love him, and he loves us. he doesn't fear us, but he's like I don't know, the way they relate, it's it's revealing in the nature of the nature and the notion, and it's just, and once you see that relation between fear, love, nature, notion, as you said, you can aspire, you can be conscious and have intentionality in the way that you build your relationship, that any relation, friend or a romantic one, that you do stuff and you try to do stuff from a place of wisdom instead of a place of fear, so you can have like something that's truly beautiful, right? That there's like a genuine connection and relation and stuff. So yeah, it's probably one of the most profound things that we can aspire to and developing our meta skills here.
Well, what you see here, and I think if a God that couldn't destroy you loved you, so what? Like, it's precisely the ultimate power of God that makes like the love of God so magnificent, right? If you follow that tradition. Now, I'd have to go through all of the different theological traditions on notions of God. The point is that there is a common association of God and love, but I'm not saying every religion is like that, so on and so forth. If someone loves you who you're holding a gun to, it really doesn't mean much, right? You would say, well, they're just kind of forced to. And it's probably not even love. They're probably just saying it, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of weird then. Where does love come from? Like, there is no determination that necessitates love. Zero. If I give you a new car, you may not love me. You may just feel entitled, right? If I hug you or kiss you, you may not love me, right? There is no determination that forces love. None. So where does it come from? There's also, if you think about it, no determinations that force fear. Let's say you see a lion. The lion doesn't force you to fear it. What if you didn't know that lions kill you? What if you're like a baby, right?
Yeah.
Like, a lion causes fear. Like, the lion itself does not cause fear, right? You can actually remove a part of your brain and you're not afraid anymore, right?
Yeah.
So there's something weird where fear is trained and love is trained. But it's not trained by determinations. It's trained by notions, of which then imply themselves upon a nature. You learn to be afraid of a lion, so when you see a lion, you're afraid. You learn to be afraid of a snake, so when you see a snake, you're afraid, right? Now, I think those things have to be complexified because indeed, you can take small children, they see snakes, they don't like the movement of it, et cetera, so forth, right? But then there's an experience there, right? They have to have something that goes on. And then the nature informs the notion and so on and so forth. But what's so interesting is that it's very, very difficult to locate love in determinations or fear in determinations. I'm not saying you can't, but you see, if you think about it, like, you can overcome fear, right? Well, if you can overcome fear, then the fear is not in the determination. The thing itself, like, if you can learn not to be afraid of heights, then there is nothing in heights that must force fear, right? If you can learn to not be afraid of snakes, then there's nothing in snakes that force fear. So even if there is innate biological categories that make, kids afraid of snakes or something, it's possible to overcome it, right? So then you can have a training and a conditioning that changes what the nature of snake does in terms of notion, right? You could even like pick up a snake, right? Almost like a placebo effect. The idea changes the nature and the meaning and things transform, right? Because then you change how you carry yourself out, right? So there's nothing in determinations that force love, right? Where does it come from? Where does it come from? You for some reason choose it. But what's very weird is, since it precisely changes nature and notion so profoundly, like we're talking about the miracle, it would seem strange to say that it is reducible to something natural. So what you're seeing here is like motivation is mysterious, right? It's just, where does it come from? It's a magic trick. It's there. Likewise with love, it's nowhere and then it's just there, right? Because you choose it. But that means you have to commit yourself to something arising unexpected. Like, it arises, you don't know what's going to occur, but it's there. It's like, but I'm committed to it. Like, I'm going to do that. Like, that thing, I don't know where it came from. I don't know where it is. It's not part of determinations, but I'm going to commit to it. Well, if you commit to it, then you are committing to a world that cannot be reduced to determinations. You have now committed to a certain worldview. Because guess what? If you tell your spouse that your love with her is a chemical reaction in the brain, I bet you she won't like it. Nobody likes thinking about relationships in terms of a reductionist worldview. Nobody actually does. They may say, well, love is just chemicals. That's not how that's not how anyone actually does things. The truth is the practice, No one practices as if love is chemicals unless they're not in a relationship, right? And so right there, we performatively act in love like nature and notion are intertwined. The very fact we know we have to perform in love like nature and notion are intertwined almost suggests that they are intertwined, that we get it. We've just been trained by science to think of the universe as reductionist in the same way we are trained to be afraid of lions. We're afraid to be trained. We are trained to think that way. And so therefore we ignore the evidence that shows nature and notion are combined in love and instead look for evidence of chemical reductionism. And thus it is thus. Because that is the notion of reductionism that we've been trained to see nature through, and thus that is what nature is, right? So you are trained, because the ideas of science are not located in determinations either. The conclusions of science are not in the facts of science. The conclusions are arrived at as a notion of what those facts mean that are then downloaded into people per se, right? So what we are saying is that if you pay attention to the phenomenology of love itself, you see a dance and dialectical development between nature and notion. And to just trust your own eyes. We just live in a culture that doesn't trust our own eyes. We're outsourcing our own eyes because we're afraid of our eyes. We are afraid that our eyes are deceiving us. And we're afraid of that because we know people have fallen into totalitarian movements. We know there's conspiracies. We know that there's self-deception. We know of these things. Yes, these things are very real. But that's why you have to conceptually mediate and do the work to make sure that your eyes aren't just seeing what you want to see. You have to do the work to make sure your eyes are seeing what is there. But if you pay attention to what is there, you see a world all around you perpetually where nature and notion are in concert with one another. They're not separate. This laptop was an idea and now it's a freaking nature. Everything, like, I don't see a single thing around me that is nature without influence of notion. Not one. No. It's all around me. And I also experience perpetually how my ideas of being tired change the experience of the laptop. If I'm tired, then I don't want to look at the laptop. If I'm not tired, then I want to look at the laptop. My relation to nature is always changing relative to notion. It's always happening perpetually, but because we have a notion of reductionism, we don't see these things. With those eyes, if you see that nature and notion so inform one another, then when you step into a relationship, which is necessarily a relationship where you are at great risk. If you give your life to someone, they can destroy your life. If you give your life to someone and something happens to them, well, then your life is never the same. Yeah. If you give your life to someone and they say, you suck and I hate you, your life is never the same. Yeah. The possibility of love is precisely the stepping onto someone's hand where they can crush you, just like that. Just like with God. To believe in God is to believe in an entity that could destroy you, just like that, right? Yeah. You are in a way in the image and likeness of that in a relationship with marriage. You are putting yourself in a place where at any moment you could be destroyed and they could destroy and you could destroy them and vice versa. Oh, and by the way, human beings are really good at screwing up. So there's a great risk you are going to screw up, right? And you are going to destroy everything and it's going to be disaster. And precisely that locating yourself in love, which is the epicenter in this example of the notion-nature relationship, requires a place of the possibility of utter devastation. There is no other possibility. You must enter a space of the possibility of utter devastation. If you are to love God, you must love an entity that could blip you out of existence just like that. That's what happens in marriage. And yet you aren't destroyed. And yet you don't get blipped out of existence. That's the magic. In all probability, at any moment of the day, something can happen between people who love one another that ruins everything, that changes life forever. At any moment of the day, at any moment in the improv comedy show, somebody could screw up that ruins the whole thing, and yet it doesn't. At any moment, there could be a brushstroke that ruins the whole painting, and yet it's not. At any moment, the lighting can change or the architecture could change and the atmosphere could go away, but it doesn't. At any moment in a relationship, everything could be destroyed, but it's not. And precisely that it could, but it isn't, is the magic. That's why it has the feeling of the enchantment. The very fact that we could step on each other's toes in the dance, but don't. That's why it's magnificent. And that magnificence is the feeling I think we should seek and think about that becomes possible if nature and notion are linked together, and the possibility of that magnificence of which we can be trained to cultivate by facing our fears and conditioning ourselves in line with the meta skills and the net skills and the realization that notion and nature are combined together. Those are all things that give us the bravery to step into a place where a mistake can destroy everything and believe that it will be magnificent. In Christianity, God, at the end of life, for those who, it's well done, good and faithful servant, right? At the end of a great improvisational act, you get up and you clap, you say, well done, everyone, you did a wonderful job, right? In a relationship, to bring it to a place where nature and notion exist in a dance that is informing one another in a manner that transforms the people in that relationship into people they could not be without that relationship is magnificent. It is magnificent. And the very occurrence of that magic is meaningful. The very occurrence of that is a reason to live. The very occurrence of that transformation is a testament that the universe is a place where nature and notion are two sides of the same coin. And if there's a single instant in all of history where nature and notion are combined together, then nature and notion are combined together. And every relationship is an opportunity to be a proof that the universe is not what we think it is, that it is a dance of nature and notion. And you in your life, by committing to that relationship and being not afraid, can be a testament to that deeper truth of which binds us together. I will run to work, my friend. I'm sorry to run. Emilia.
No, it's been such a wonderful, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful.